Counter-Strike time here at the Nace Star League. And my name is Vincent, as usual, alongside my good friend Birdie Box. How are you doing, Birdie?
Doing lovely. It's another Friday night, and after a long day of grinding away at the new Formula One Netflix series, the new season, it's time to get back into some Counter-Strike.
That it is, and the editing here just as good as over there, at least so I've been told by you. It is heading into week number 4, and you know what? We liked Davenport so much last week, we figured, let's do it again. Taking a look at the schedule, Davenport University going up against Ashland, and that's going to be an interesting one. We'll get down into the depths of the details here in a minute, but two long-standing members of NACE coming forward. It's Michigan Tech and the Rochester Institute of Technology, both teams that I personally love to watch, but some changes to some of those, and we'll discuss further. Either of these catch your fancy, Bird?
I'd say both of them, honestly. Compared to last week's games, for sure, the Davenport game, I wouldn't say it was a bore, but just what we'd expected kind of coming out of that game. But especially that second game, what I'm looking for, both those universities, at the very least, are the ones that I've played many times in the past. They're ones that I've always struggled to pull up victories on. They're very well-performing teams. And so coming into that, putting them against each other, I'm sure it's going to be a hell of a battle.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk a little bit more about the lineup, though, for this first matchup specifically. Only because, well, Davenport, do they really need a lot of introductions? No, not really. We already talked to them. We talked to Corin last week, who really kind of let us know that this was what they expected to be doing. And that is 16-0ing teams. Ashland, on the other hand, team we haven't really gotten to see. And it's interesting because this is a little bit of a newer look. We didn't get the chance, despite Ashland being kind of in the mix, to see too much of Ashland last semester, but from a few semesters back, they've been there or thereabouts, kind of in the conversation for playoffs, and even jumping into those, I think all the way back into, it was spring 2022, that they had a great showing, and I'm glad to see a little bit more of that, but it's a different look to this roster than we've seen before. KhazixMayJump, the only one that I recognize coming into today, and for that reason, I think there's a lot to prove.
Absolutely, for sure, especially with the way we've seen Davenport performing in recent, just kind of following up the way they performed last season, obviously champions from back then. It's another statement. Davenport, can they follow up once again Ashland? Can they be the one to put up a fight? The first one this season to put up a fight.
Speaking of, thus far, there's been 4 maps played for Davenport, and they've dropped 1 round over those 4 maps. That's how dominant they have been. Yeah, I mean, a little bit ridiculous. I think that is going to end eventually, but like you said, who's going to be the one to end it? Well, I think a pretty good map pool if you're an Ashland fan, at the very least. Overpass is where we'll start. That's dominant from Davenport, almost certainly. That is their best map. But Ashland like to play some Overpass too. Same thing with Inferno, which they picked and will be our second map. Nuke, should we need it, which, imagine we get to a Nuke if it wasn't already a Davenport series. Unfortunately, I think that really seals the deal in the favor of Davenport, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think this gives us the opportunity, Vincent. I'll make the same case I made last week, which is, if you're going to take down Davenport, why not do it on their best maps, If you're going to pick a fight, just do it, at least a fight that would be really hard to win. Why not make it as difficult as possible, just so if you come out on top, it's that much bigger of a statement.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, legitimizes any victories we see here, but I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't think we're going to be seeing a victory here. I don't know about you, but I think I got to go with the Davenport, and I think it's probably going to be 2-0. Davenport on Overpass are very, very good, aren't they?
Yeah, and we brought that up last week as well. I was talking about how coming into this, I wanted to see how Rift would slot into that, but specifically, and we didn't see any issues whatsoever on the Davenport side. I mean, obviously, they 16-0'd. Was it Overpass 16-0'd, or was it 61? Not that it really makes much of a difference.
I can find out. Here,
yeah,
it was Overpass 16-1.
There you go. Point being, though, it's always nice to see as well, because during that series we saw Pug going absolutely crazy as well, and so whenever you see all the players like Davenport fragging like that, you really start to have concerns, and especially if they can carry, especially the level of confidence that they had in that series last week into this one, you can't really expect much different.
And you can't, I wouldn't understand why they would have any sort of difference in the confidence level between this, that last series and this series coming up. Of course, that last week was against St. Clair, who I would argue certainly not as good of a team as Ashland. And that's no disrespect to St. Clair, really more of a boon to Ashland and what they've been able to do. And so I do think as well, it's kind of cool. Davenport and Ashland have a little bit of similarities between these two. Remember, Davenport last semester, they brought in the Estonian powerhouse in Switcher, and he played phenomenally for them, helped them lead them in towards that ECL slot that they are currently playing in right this moment. Unfortunately, was feeling a bit homesick, eventually decided he was going to go back towards Estonia. But Ashland, they have some international talent of their own. Brazilian player, that's Zion, who's coming in on the AWP role. He's a freshman, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool indeed, because especially, I mean, if we're talking Brazilian imports, you know how effective those can be. We've seen how much of an impact Brazilian teams in general have when they come into the States and try to fight for themselves. But an Opera as well, coming into a role like that, whenever the only thing you're focusing on is, hey, I'm here to play some Counter-Strike, that can be a really dangerous prospect, for sure. And if you can slot into that role well, and especially a map like Overpass, just grab those entries, pick up those lurking frags, the stuff we see, arguably with Davenport doing last week. Maybe we can see some surprises.
I think those surprises are a question mark. But I do have a question for you, Birdie, because Francium, player for Ashland, actually has some similarities for you. Varsity swimmer, and I know yourself a swimmer. Does that equal a buff in the field of Counter-Strike? I think it has to.
In order to be a varsity swimmer, there's a mental game that you need to overcome. Being able to hold your breath for more than 7 seconds when you kick off the wall, it definitely makes a difference, and that's exactly what we're going to see.
Well, the brain power is there. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it'll be Ashland and Davenport on the map number 1. We'll see you in a minute. Map number 1, it's Overpass. Coming up here in Davenport, dropping a single round last time out. That was last week against the St. Clair Saints JV squad. This time, it's the varsity look of Ashland University. Birdie Box, as we discussed, a tough game for this Ashland roster. They are going up against the reigning defending national champions.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, coming into this, it's going to be Ashland. The first bar they'll have to kind of hop over is whether or not they can win a round that's not a pistol round. An eco or potentially a gun round, but it is the pistol. We'll have to start at Davenport on that T side, as it is their map pick as expected, and plenty of players over towards connector early on.
Indeed. And by the way, we were talking about Francium. That's going to be RN7S1 in game here. Just by the way, keep everybody on the same page at home. Davenport leading the way in towards the A site. Zeusmeister, who's done some good work from this box before, and he's going to do some good work now. Just the one, though, is Ho-Ho will walk away with 2 frags as Ludo comes in, in the wrong direction is Tactile, and the bomb might be down, but Pug has so much work to be doing, and that work is unfortunately over. The pistol round is Ashland's, and it's an equalizer for the entirety of Davenport's lost rounds thus far.
Yeah, and it's all off the back of just good positioning from the Ashland side. You saw how Davenport, how quickly they were able to move up towards bathrooms, get close to the bomb site. One flashed main to get them in, but they didn't quite drop out of players early on to prevent the rotations, and they didn't kill all the right players to prevent the bomb site from actually being taken. And so we saw, I forgot who it was, over towards Long, grabbing those kills. It doesn't really...
Toho.
Right.
Now the in-game leader of this squad for Ashland, taking a couple of key frags in the pistol. Davenport on the force buy. It's Rift with the scout. No AWP just yet. Of course, that bomb plant really allows for this purchase to be incredibly good. Typical force buy after the bomb planted. Which, I mean, given Davenport and their firepower, you do tend to expect to be pretty easy at times. Of course, this purchase for Ashland, it's actually relatively aggressive. I mean, they have 4 rifles.
Yeah, definitely. What's first contact to happen? Dangerous over towards that B site, but it's Davenport to once again target over towards A. The flashbang will send them in, and it's going to be the swings from Zion to get the first. Ho-Ho going down on the hands of Pug. He was an excellent performer last week and looks to do it the same. Rotations are not going to be as quick. Only 3 players for this Ashland side, and they're going to walk into a heavily defended A bomb site.
Pug, arguably one of the best young in-game leaders that the NA scene has, especially that has come up in the last few years, at the very least. Hanging on right next to Dice. He's spotting out another. There's his third, and Dangerous is able to defend. Tactile will get the trade with Pug going down. It's an easy victory, or at least it looked as much from Davenport. The 3K from Pug.
Exactly, and those post-fight positions from Davenport were good as well. You saw all those players ready to swing off of each other, hiding the bomb site. You know, you try to fight that player, boom, one towards Long. You got a couple holding more for bathrooms as well. It's what you want to be seeing. It's the Davenport. We're familiar with it. It's really no surprise that they're able to pull through in a situation like that. But Ashland, once again, they're forcing back into this, and this is an interesting one at that, because Davenport aren't really at risk of losing anything other than these rifles. More than happy to reinvest, but it's an awkward angle for those 5.7s. Maybe if they've committed towards that flashbang, could have been a recovered gun.
Udo, very close. Quite able to connect and walk straight into the crosshairs of the spraying Pug. Zeus, one of the heaviest hitters for this team, has been delivering year after year for Ashland University. Zeus Meister, still alive and kicking, but there's simply him alone on this site. Dangerous leading the way forward, and, well, not seen yet, but a nade to create some space.
They've all got armor here on the CT side, and so fighting for this against the rifles might just be worth it. They've already dealt enough damage, so grabs it 1 deke from the heavens. Smoke will deny more control as he continues to look for more information. Awkward angles here for the Deagles, but Vincent, this is the situations where they can't perform.
Flashbang dodged by Ho-Ho. Still up over the top. Gonna eventually drop down. That will be information for Rift. That being said, Rift holding the angle. Spray continuation. Lots of damage, but no frag, but it's Dangerous and Korn to team up for 2 more. Speaking of 2, that's the second round. Davenport taking it. They have now gained back into the lead. Or rather, for the first time, picked up that.
We'll see Ashland go for an eco round off the back of it. Can't afford to continue forcing back into these situations. And despite the fact that they killed 3 of the Davenport players in that last round, there's not enough damage dealt to be able to justify another one of those investments. But
is it though? I think you go for the force here, actually.
I don't know, man. You got Rift on the up.
I think that's why you force.
You know, maybe.
You know, take the op out of his hands.
Oh, okay.
Or just, you know, Pug doing Pug things. It will be a trade though, and we do have 3 P250 still on the board. Those are incredibly underrated, I think.
Dangerous has been tasked with removing them from the server, and once again another 2 players to fight. An awkward angle to fight them between, traded out by Rift, and this is an angle you want to contest from because these USBs, even at this close range as well, can be extremely affected. I'm not sure if RN7's been found here, but eventually will reveal himself, and another frag for Korn. Davenport starting to pick up pace as well as Ho-Ho spotted out, and it's another defused round for the Davenport side. Not really much concern, but there was opportunities for sure.
Absolutely, and I think if we would have seen RN7 be a little bit more patient there, could have maybe taken the op out of the hands, even if just temporarily, from Rift. As it will be dangerous, picking up the saved M4A1S, actually. A little surprising to see that brought over, though there is M4 enjoyers who would even prefer to have that at times, especially against eco rounds, but this isn't one of those. Rift, there's that opening pick as the AWP of Zeus falls.
This is a lot different pace from this Ashland side. This is a show of confidence to try to get them kills in the early round, and well, they didn't get it. They got a trade elsewhere, but they trapped Davenport towards this playground area, excuse me. Rift finding a shot through the edge of that wall and following up as well at the edge of the smoke. They'll recover that bomb and push towards this A site. Ashland with just 2 players remaining. Maybe you justify a save.
I mean, there's no maybe about it in my book. This is absolutely a save call in every single situation that you could imagine. 2 on 4, no utility. They got 1 flash, and sure, RN7's got a kit, so at least that's something. Still, not ideal. One thing I did notice, lots of head armors for Ashland. Considering their utility belts, would have preferred to see a few less of those, actually. Maybe just some Kevlar.
Important note, but you know, listen, after getting run down by Pug over towards Divider, you never know when he's going to buy up one of those Mac 10s again and do the same. So,
fair enough. It is a terrifying prospect, isn't it?
Yeah, Pug flying at you with the Mac 10 is, I think that's nightmare fuel.
You know, it also could be a situation, I don't know if I told you, but at LAN a few weeks ago, there was a player who was buying an MP9 and a Mac 10 every round in the grand final. So,
did it work?
No.
Oh, well,
I'm just saying sometimes that could happen too.
All right,
Exits.
Well, yeah, I mean, being able to hold on to those rifles will be important. Maybe they justify an investment off the back of this. I could see. I think we'll actually end up seeing it. I think Bluto's going to be able to hand over FAMAS. Yep. And Zeusmeister, I mean, going to get the short end of the stick for sure, but it is an investment. It's something to work with. The Davenport might not necessarily be expecting it, but I would expect a roster like this to be cautious at the very least.
Oh, dangerous. Great spray long range, but can't reset for the second spray. Oh, in-game leader walking forward and finding success, but that's going to allow for a Davenport rotation. 3 of the 4 remaining members W-king their way up long, and Korn clearing out what is a empty bathroom already. We're in 7. Smoked out, will commit through set smoke, and Pug ready for it.
And once again, the conversations of save have to start coming into play. You can't keep fighting for these retakes. In man advantage situations, especially when you haven't been winning majority of these gunfights, but opportunities, once they start to present themselves, can be more convincing than the situation at hand. And so now with 3v3 damaged players, over the former Pug as well. Tactile, though, looking for more information. He's found himself a frag, looking for that second. Zeusmeister dropping as well. Leaves Zion with nothing left to say in the round. It is going to be that 5th for Davenport. And what an excellent way for them to do it. Vincent, that opening section of the round from Ashland, they go for that swing play over towards Monster. They send 3 players in for the swing, and with information on a flashbang as well, that gives Davenport all the information they need to walk in towards A. 3 players swinging me, a flashbang came from somewhere, there's only 1 person on that A-bomb site, let's go hit it.
Yeah, and there's very few teams, I mean, there's no really, maybe Northwood. There's very few teams in Collegiate that will be able to make a decision to take advantage of that information faster than Davenport. We just saw it right there come to fruition. Fantastic decision-making from them. Just walking forward and essentially picking up the pace instantly off the back of that. A little bit of a trade situation there inside of the connector. Korn going down. Tactile trade will keep things even, and in fact, Tactile finding even more success with Pug applying pressure from the other direction. That nade. Was that a hundo damage grenade?
It was a lot. It was enough. That's all that really matters, but oh, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Didn't gamble. Didn't quite work out.
I mean, to be fair, that is not checked so often. I don't even blame him.
Do you check those?
I try to, but I mean, you know, it happens sometimes.
All right, You might need to check your eyes again, Vincent, because I'm seeing a double op setup on the CT side of overpass, and not very common. It's rare that I see it work, I'll admit, but I think if Ashland are looking for a solution, it's one that might be worth trying.
So I watched the opening game last season. That was MTU against Ashland. And I was researching for an MTU game against Kennesaw State the next day, but I seem to recall ZeusMeister being the AWP player before they brought Zion on. And I think that's probably part of the reason that we're seeing this double op come through. Might be just a comfort thing for ZeusMeister. Listen, it was a while ago, to be fair. It's like 6 months now. So I could be wrong, but I'm thinking that's the conversation.
Either way, it's not really had much impact so far. Davenport have been more than happy to take control away from this A site, and it's AWP players yet to really even make contact, but positioned over towards Bank. Maybe the sight line will present itself shortly. Look how much information Davenport are taking away from this A site. We're all the way up close, and we found nothing.
Speaking of information, I'm actually looking at utility. An HE just thrown out. That's the last one. And Bluto's the only one who has any util left. Just a single flash for the CTs. And now, granted, it is 40 seconds remaining, so it's not as if there's a lot of time left, but counter flashes, maybe a retake, those are gonna be tough. Bug leading the charge, and Corn will burn Ho-Ho alive. That is a little bit unfortunate. Bug has so much space, and they're not even here.
They're all rotated away. They've all been drawn into a ruse towards this A site, and Davenport, they've made the call, and they've made the right one to lure them away because they've walked straight into B, and as Rift cuts off that rotation, once again with this double up and play, what do you do? How do you contest for this? What is the play to come back in? You don't have the utility, you don't have the manpower, you don't have the angles, you have to save. And when you're running at this round deficit, it's hard to justify that, and so I think we'll see Ashland, they'll make an attempt, they might find a few frags here, but in the end, I think we're still looking at Davenport round.
I think they definitely need to be moving away at this point, even with those 2 kills. Those 2 kills, don't get me wrong, they're definitely nice. It does keep Davenport honest, but on the T side, well, I think we sort of beyond that point at this juncture. 12.8K for Rift.
You say keeping Davenport honest, but look at the money. We're getting to the points where we saw last week where they just have so much going for them that we could just see Pug deciding to go for a MAC-10 play up towards Divider, but this time with an AK. They've got more than enough money to justify that, and with a round deficit like this, why not? You know what I mean? There's nothing better in a game of Counter-Strike like by winning rounds just because you feel like you're playing better than the other team.
It's a great point, though. I'm going to keep it a buck with you, Bird. Yesterday, I watched a team win 7 rounds in a row and go up 8-1, and then lose 13 straight. So,
Was it Davenport?
No, that was
Malice
in NXT. But
doesn't matter.
It really does. It does feel that way, but I think that the point I'm getting at, though, is even unlikely, it's always plausible in the game of Counter-Strike to see something like that happen. But agree on the principle of the matter. It definitely is approaching that area.
And on that note, too, I mean, Davenport's not really the team that you're going to be seeing doing that anyway. You're never going to see them just rush B with 5 rifles every round because they want to get the game over with. They're going to play it out. They're going to play a good game. They're going to play you fair, and they're going to try to draw the best out of you every single round. And even if it's not enough, Ashland will try to give it to them. A missed shot from Zion as we start to see presence over towards A. It looks like it's setting up to be another execute.
Now this mid-site smoke we've seen now for the 2nd time in a row really denies information. This time, the fake is towards B, though, and the actual hit's towards A, but Ho-Ho with a big connection. Now, Zion can't quite connect. It's Rift there, and there's 30 seconds remaining for Rift to ace clutch this up. He's not going to get the chance for that first shot. 3 peeks for another. Takes out the Tech 9, but that, too, will fall. Ashland, you take the 2nd round.
I think what was missing there from the Davenport offense, there was a single flashbang that Pug was relying on to go through that smoke and fight towards Struck. It never connected. It cost him his life, and one of the more important entries there towards the A side, it really kind of collapsed that whole T side offensive, and what ends up costing Davenport their 8th, but Ashland, they'll make it work. That CT side double up will find success at least once, but now they'll have to follow up because Davenport's got that money to come back in.
Joris applying pressure towards the water area here at the B site. trying to at least feign some support, but he is actually solo over in that area. And a point you made that I want to come back to about Davenport playing you fair, giving you a legit matchup, not running it down, not doing any crazy shenanigans. I think that really goes to show the type of players and the type of program that Davenport and specifically Coy, the head coach, has put together. I think it's absolutely phenomenal to watch. I think that alongside the entire rest of the Davenport coaching staff and Pug as well, it really is something to be impressed by.
I want to take this moment to highlight something that I'm noticing in the Ashland defense that Davenport are definitely starting to abuse. They haven't wasted a single bit of utility to take bathrooms for the last few rounds. That's because Ashland, they've been sitting back. They haven't really left spawn for the first, well, I guess the entire part of the round over towards A, and that's giving so much room for Davenport to work with. And despite the fact that it might have worked in that last round, it's definitely just more presence that Davenport are more than happy to take.
Yeah, I have noticed that too. And I want to see them, especially when you're going to double off, take that space and all the timing, tactile. And this is why it's such a problem, is allowed to creep up so close to take advantage of that minute rotation towards the bank. As Bluto caught unaware, it's Pug to fell him. Ashland once again went around and instantly reset back.
And that's how you abuse the weaknesses of your opponent. That's something Davenport have identified, and you can be sure they're going to continue to abuse it. Ashland, they'll need to respond. They'll need to switch something up. I would say that you would expect Ashland to take this AWP if they save it, and to go for something different in this next round. If they don't, it spells danger. There's not that being changed on the CT side to warrant any rounds being won and continuing to be hunted as well. Zeus Meister going to be able to hold on for at least the next few seconds. Still more players coming, though.
Should be able to get away with this, I think. Yeah, especially with Pug taking that extra moment to spray down 8-2. And, you know, I think this is going to come off as a little bit negative towards Ashland, and it's not. But it's a bit refreshing to see someone be able to at least answer Davenport a little bit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. It's rare that we do, and oh, that spam, I thought it was going to connect for a lot more damage. Bluto, I'd say, happy to get away with his life there, but I guess this is the pace changer we're looking for, not necessarily towards A, but this time Ashland taking control over towards the water position. They'll find it. Davenport not really going to contest for it. More control over towards connector. Davenport, they're playing a little bit slower than before. I think they understood the weakness they abused before and expecting some sort of a change. They're just probing it out, waiting to see what's different.
Unfortunately, in this round, really not a lot. Now, granted, we have seen some connector aggression before, and it's actually water that's being pushed in this round. But great flashbang. Dangerous. That was a perfect one that catches both those players pushed up aggressively. There's Zeus Meister, the AWP coming alive. As we've seen Zion go back to the M4 on this round because of the money. Working well. Still 4-on-3. Ho-Ho gonna equalize things.
Bomb yet to be planted as well. The counter tears continuing to find kills. A 3v2 now, and Davenport.
Bomb down.
Yeah, they'll need to eventually.
Lots of hesitation there. I'm not quite sure the why, especially with the rotation that Tactile was taking, but nonetheless, big clutch moment.
Oh, Rift. Oh, that's a solid kill. Being able to follow up would have been even better, but nonetheless, Tactile's going to be looking at 1v2, looking for frags. He's got information. He's got the first and the second. There we go. Davenport, that's the flashiness we're looking for in collegiate Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and, you know, the confidence to take those duels, to be aggressive in that scenario, it nearly catches Davenport off guard because Rift was, I mean, he was outrageously far up, but still, it does catch a frag. And oh boy, no. that's in Ho-Ho's defense, he was definitely in front of him.
He wasn't on my screen, bro. I promise.
Yeah, he really wasn't, though. I saw it. I got your back, Ho-Ho.
Oh, it sucks to see too, because I feel like it always happens when you lose a round 2. You never knife your teammate after a round you've won.
Yeah, that's true. You're feeling good. You're talking. You're having combos instead of looking at your knife.
This could be an opportunity for the Eagle to spam, but Dangerous just quicker on the trigger, and with that water control opened up, Ashland might be worried about that B bomb site, but Rift's probing over towards A, and they've got one player spotted.
I'm honestly a little disappointed that Ho-Ho didn't just slam the door in his face right there.
Just close in?
It would have been very funny.
No, connector is mine.
Yeah, sorry. Not allowed. Just knocks on the door and says goodbye. Please. Goodbye.
It's so quick on the trigger, man. It's how do you react? What do you do on Ashland when you're waiting on the bomb site for Davenport to come? They arrive, they accept your invitation, and they just knock the door down. They don't even bring a gift.
You know, I think it's a better metaphor to say that they blow the door off the hinges. You know,
they literally FBI open up, except they're on the T side.
Yeah, they took the battering ram. 10-2. That's the score.
I guess no, that's a good point. When they say FBI open up, they're saying to the FBI open up. We're coming in.
That's well played. Here's another AWP. Zion has it this time. Had the economy to work with it. And look at this aggression towards Fountain. Pitch went off. Oh no. Gonna be both victories for Davenport. Ho-Ho, the only one to find a frag. And that's Pug gone down. Zion, he's so aggressive. Bluto falls as well. Now it's just Zion and Ho-Ho here. But they have space. But that space, it's worthless at this point because the B site is open for business, and Tactile continuing to find the connections.
I don't know how they've done it too. That's actually crazy from Davenport. They just sat back and let Ashland come to them, and they got every single kill. Dangerous alone towards the B bomb site caught both, I guess, aggressing players.
Yeah, it's scary. Dangerous alone taking the B site for, I mean, he's done it once or twice before already. Tactile 12 frags. Davenport showing no signs of stopping. 13 could be a possibility here for the T side of Overpass. For those uninitiated, Overpass, it's not T-sided.
Unless I gaslight you thinking otherwise, but I don't think it's gonna be the case tonight, Vincent. I'll agree with you. I'll save you that torture. But a max 7 kill. That's always nice to see on a night of Counter-Strike. Bomb will look to be recovered, and I think we'll send that up towards the lovely pathways towards A.
Birdie and Gaslighting. Name a more iconic duo.
That's toxic. I've never done such a thing.
But true. Ashland, well, nothing more true right now than the struggles that they've been having. And Ludo catching 2 frags. He's been pretty darn good. I mean, close to actually 13 and 10. He's currently the only one, I think, who actually has a winning KD, but fucking Rift, 2 guys you'd want in this situation. But maybe chances can be had. He's got frag already. Oh, and taking out the pistol is Rift. There's plenty of time still on this clock, and Rift will eventually connect. Tough situation for RN7. Couldn't quite connect the second shot.
I'm getting flashbacks to Formula 1 there again as Rift swings that corner with the P250. It's so I can hear the sound effect in my head. Man, it sucks too. I can see what Ashland's going for in some of these rounds, especially when they aggressed with that last gun round. But when you're not finding any of those kills, it's just it's a tragedy.
I think Rift missed his calling on that couple seasons back. It was the F1 race car peak team in Maine or something.
I vaguely remember that team, yeah.
Yeah, should have been on it. Instead, took a different tack towards Davenport, so it's working out well for him and for Davenport.
One utility being drawn here away from the CT side. That's indication that Davenport at least have some sort of intent to hit this bomb site, but the flanks coming through over towards T-spawn. Rift's been punished this time around. Davenport, will they look to punish or try to take advantage of the timing? They will look to do both. Up towards the A site, up through connector, and trying to find a hit towards this A side. A rotation punished. Zeusmeister tries to fall back towards the bomb site, and now an opening Davenport will look to abuse.
Well, the site been used and abused many times thus far, and Pug, one of the key parts of that strategy. He's done it again. Another peek. This time he shut down Zion with the rifle, but it is up to 1. Oh-ho. More like uh-oh for Ashland.
Come on. Time's ticking. Last round of the half, and you're set to deliver, Ho-Ho. You don't really got a choice, but you got 3 players left to find. And that kit's not going to defuse the bomb itself. Davenport will take control of the situation, though, and it will be that 13-2. A score line, an excellent show of performance from the T-side.
Yeah, I think that there really isn't a lot to say with regard to the way that Davenport made that look. It just simply was too easy for them. Ashland, on the other hand, though, I do think that there's a lot of good to talk about. KhazixMayJump, you know, I know not the primary opera for this team, but I felt he had some good moments on the AWP. Definitely was there or thereabouts at times, and then actually Bluto had a couple of like double and triple kills there. Unfortunately, it just really wasn't quite enough to pull Ashland over the edge. So some good ideas actually from Ashland. Davenport, though.
Ooh,
They are a different beast, and a double dink. Zion and Ho-Ho get involved, teaming up together to dissuade Rift from the equation.
You'll need a little bit more than a first frag, though, to stop Davenport. You'll need to get into the bomb site, and it's currently being blocked by a smoke grenade. And you can see the rotations up through connectors as well. Davenport, they're looking to cover their tracks, at least on the flank, and 2 dual Berettas to do it.
Big fan.
Oh. Got the first. George trying to hold on as he drops the bomb. It's recovered, a minute left on the clock. Pod continuing to aggress, but that USP will punish, and Korn dink down as well. It's an open path to the B bomb site, and on a measly 5 HP, Korn will need to clutch against 3.
Indeed. It would be crazy to see Ashland pick up 2 pistol rounds in this game. It looks like they probably will. Of course, half health for pretty much everybody. That's what happens when you miss the headshots on the dualies there. Korn seemingly unaware of where all these players are, kind of checking to make sure that there's not somebody from the other direction. Does have a kit, but he's taken so long to get to this spot that really this kit is not super relevant, I don't think.
I mean, it's a nice frag to take with you, but it won't really mean too much in the grand scheme of things. The kit will be a nice thing to carry over, but Ashland find themselves in the second round. They didn't. Their second round one in the last half. That wasn't the second round. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it was not.
Yeah,
it was a random gun round during the half.
Maybe we'll see it this time around.
But they did pick up the pistol, so you know, step 1 to a potential comeback. That's for sure. We are seeing a similar force buy, though a lot less firepower than the last time. Davenport on the CT side, but Rift similarly with the Scout. And I'd argue the best gun in the game currently, 5.7.
Oh? You know, I would agree. The only thing we need in this game now is dual 5.7s.
See? Just saying, man. 5.7 is freaking nuts.
It beats an AK.
Yeah, it does. If it weren't for the fact that the M4 got nerfed, it would be to the M4, but 5.7s.
It's got same damage, if not better than the AK. You move faster. It sounds better. What else could you ask for?
I'm sure there's somebody who would fight you on the sounds better part of that, but yeah, I agree. It is great. So, pro tip, just delete your CZ.
No, I can't give it up. It's worth too much to me. You can't ask that.
I found what you care about the most.
Yeah.
Well, Dangerous going to be able to use that recovered AK to locate a second frag. Rift, some damage done. Dangerous given another one. How's he been allowed 3? And now Rift can fall back. He has an avenue. Goodbye to Pug, but Rift good for another frag. And the pressure from behind is tactile. One digs his way into victory.
You know, when you can't even get a chance to build your economic momentum, what do? You know, Usually you rely
You buy
on
Tech
this...
9s.
I mean, yeah, true. But usually you rely on the second, third rounds to kind of feed your way into a comeback. Davenport just say no. And that's got to be crushing to Ashland. I mean, this is the first map of the series, but it's been almost completely downhill.
I mean, if I was not aware of the fact that Davenport are so good, I would say, you know, it's just Davenport's map pick. But I know
it's
that's
Davenport's map pick.
yeah, but I know that's also not that relevant. I also happen to know after talking to a player from Ashland that they do like them some overpass as well. So
Maybe they're having a good time then.
they don't like this overpass, I could almost guarantee.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a generic statement.
It was a generic statement. Definitely not applying to this specific.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought it was just, you know, like every overpass is enjoyed, period. Like there's literally no condition where overpass is not enjoyed.
I think I found the problem you thought.
I should stop doing that.
Yeah, that's probably the best for all of us. Ashland. 3 rounds they have against match point, or map point, to be fair, is a difference. Straight through into water. Dangerous. 15 and 9 right now. It's a nice spray. I'll get one of the two. Tactile. Got to clean up another. It's 2 left alive and not even 1 frag there for Ho-Ho. It's all over. 16-3 is, you know what? Ashland doing better than literally anyone else has done thus far in a single map against Davenport. And again, as much as that sounds sarcastic, that's legit. Davenport,
Yeah.
reigning defending champs, they are incredible and it's hard to beat them.
Staying alive in the ring with Davenport on overpass, I mean, you get 1-2 punched, and if you can keep standing like Ashland did in a few of those situations, it's something to talk about for sure. Winning both those pistol rounds is definitely a good thing to know for sure. It's if you could win 2 pistol rounds against Davenport, you could probably build that into the rest of your season if it's not necessarily against Davenport too.
True, yeah. Pistol round victories definitely do help things out. Inferno, well, that's where we'll see them next. Ashland, that's their map pick, so at least there's something be looking forward to there. We'll give them a chance to maybe reset a little bit after what was that domination. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, Inferno, Ashland's pick up next. map number 1 for Ashland, Crash and Burn, just a balance as often as Birdie Box's flights. As we move into map number 2, I do have to wonder if it's going to be any different, but it is their map pick, Birdie.
It is, and that spells a little bit of hope, for sure. I mean, 16-3 is not really a scoreline that you like to look back on with hope, and I guess hopping on the flight into Inferno, we'll say. Assuming I'm not the one flying,
yeah, hopefully it's not you on the pilot's chair.
Exactly.
I mean, Ho-Ho, the one usually piloting Ashland University, the in-game leader, performed pretty well alongside a couple of players. Bluto specifically played great, I thought. Unfortunately, the rest of the team, not as much, and I don't even know if, like, you can, like, have the conversation about individual performances at this point, because that was most definitely not the problem. Davenport just kind of rolling over both strategically and individually.
Yeah, and one thing we noted during the game, but I'll go ahead and talk about again right now, is Davenport's ability to react. Even in that last round, or I think it might have been the second to last round, the way that you saw Davenport just, I forgot who was in the flank, but boom, flank's been made vulnerable. Let's rotate out. Let's find an opening. Take the A-bomb site. Boom, we end the game. It's just Davenport's ability to do that in the mid round and take control of the situation once again. It's astonishing.
Certainly is. Davenport CT side start. They are not the one picking this map. Ashland moving their way quickly up towards bracket, and they're going to take port side all the way into the A site. Dangerous will be the one to make the first connection here in a moment. And it will be the frag for Dane. 2, 3 frags for Dangerous, and he's collected another. The ace not quite there. Zion finally comes alive, but it's just a little too late.
That's one for the clips. That's a good one. That's excellent. That's key Davenport. I think he would be able to do that against any opponent, let alone Ashley. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think you feed him. Actually, I was gonna say EG, but that's not really a remarkable opponent these days. Never mind, Vincent. I'll concede.
That is absolutely unreasonable. Why you gotta hit EG when they're down like that, man?
Because they're down.
Yeah, that's sort of the popular thing to do nowadays. Okay, nice work. Couple of frags, and that's why, I mean, listen, these banana rushes, they really can just be super effective. 3 players for Davenport. Insta rotation as Dangerous. What's up, how? This is like a $10,000 gun, isn't it?
It's more, I think it would pay for my flight school, so yeah. It's a lot of money.
I'm currently doing the
Let me know how much it costs. The situation is Ashland trying to take control of construction. It'll fail. Dangerous will double up once again. His KD's looking pretty solid for the time being. He just got connected through the wall, and Bluto's not going to be able to hold on with the MAC-10. Zeusmeister's Deagle spurring away as the bomb is defused, and Davenport will end up picking up that second round. A good take at the B-bomb site, just couldn't quite hold on in the retake.
You know, it is only 6,000.
Oh, that's not going to do it. Never mind. It's not even more expensive than my flight school. Could have been at M4.
Oh man, we are really going for the outrage today, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely.
Like collectively, you and
I. I mean, I'm here for it. Listen, Davenport's on stream. It's a good time.
It is indeed a good time. You and I do enjoy a bit of Davenport. Got to meet all of the Davenport fellows on a couple of different lands, but specifically the NACE finals last semester. A lot of fun. Pug, lots of fun to talk to.
Ooh.
Didn't see Rift there, but Corn as well. It was Rift up from the Davenport D2 roster, actually. They were in advance last season, and he's been called up after the leaving of Kojomo.
Tragic loss, to be fair. He will be missed.
Indeed. Rift, though, delivering relatively well. Don't know if Rift has the same heights as Kojo, but certainly in these collegiate matches, he's
You were saying?
Hey, listen, I just got done saying Rift delivering in the collegiate matches, okay,
Listen,
man?
He's absolutely delivering, and Zeusmeister responds to the Tech 9. It's Davenport looking to hold on to the situation. We still have Pug coming in through the flank towards top middle as well, as he does find a contribution as well, and Zeusmeister, that's just not a fight you're going to be able to win out on, I would say, any of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins one fight, he loses the other. It was a crossfire. You know, I think I realized, though, why Rift was so successful there.
Okay.
It wasn't skill.
5-7.
It was actually the banana gun.
Oh, specifically the banana gun, not the 5.7. The fact that there was a banana on it?
Exactly.
I'll have to put that to the test. I'll make that my thesis for my master's program. We'll see.
That's what you've been working on. Why the banana gun is the way.
Mm-hmm. I think I think it spotted a shoulder there. Ran away quickly before that. Devolves, but this is good. This is aggressive. This is decisive from the Ashland side as they take control over towards the archway, but the decision of where they take this next is going to be the determining factor. Contact with the AWP from Rift, and a wrap towards B unleashes itself. The question is the B bomb side aware of what's coming?
I think they definitely are. Going to smoke. A little bit of a gap in that thing, but...
It's a trap.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh boy, that flashbang rough. 5 players still survive. Or Davenport as Plug falls back. Rendezvous with the rest of the team. Tactile applying pressure. And that is going to be the frag. Another double swing. Tactile. Good for the frag again, but Ho-Ho been so consistent here for Ashland. Taking second one, but not before Korn can come around the corner. Zeusmeister needs a clutch, and it's a 1v3.
A difficult one to find yourself in for sure. And oh, I don't think the corner betrayed him. Them just there it is. Okay. Dangerous will find the defuse and will defuse the situation quite literally. But important to know from Ashland there, you can kind of see the pressure to them, the pressure being applied to them. They came in through CT. They grabbed so much control, so much space in routing through that side of the map, and they gave it all up. We saw someone spraying through that CT smoke earlier. They were worried. They spent so much time getting into the bomb site. They put all their players... they set other players to the task of doing it, that they couldn't really put themselves into the post-plant situations to actually win out the round. And that's costly, because it would have been one that would have meant a lot to them.
I really think the play there is just to ignore Davenport, smoke him off. Of course, can't smoke Rift off as he smoked himself down mid to find Zeus in the opening stages of this one. An ambitious angle with a Nova for Tactile.
He hits these, you know?
I mean, he does, but the Nova doesn't. Now it does.
I think it balances out. Yep. It's just such a satisfying gun to see those kills come through with another flashbang. Oh, Tactile fully blind. Zion, don't give him the bomb. Don't do it. No, there's so much to lose. Run before the nightmare continues. Oh, Zion wakes up from it, luckily enough, but that's so much impact from such a cheap weapon.
Yeah, I mean that really is the the conversation starter for the Nova is you can get it for like no money at all.
I was confused for a second what that flashbang was for, but it was to clear the middle. Never mind.
I was also wondering.
Yeah, so I guess that's telling in a way, because Ashland, feeling the pressure, that's not normally something you would clear in a situation like this. They're worried about the flank. Maybe not necessarily aware, or just worried about what Davenport are going to aggress in situations like this. That could be a sign of nerves, maybe.
Oh no, that audio cue.
It's everything.
Yeah. And, you know, it's okay. Nice shot from Ho-Ho, but it's a small point, but a point nonetheless for Ashland when they have literally one other flash and they're throwing that flash there. I think that's also telling.
Why was the bomb even dropped in apartments? That's what I don't understand. There's 2 of them and they're both there.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like it was intended to be thrown to a teammate and just not on target. I don't know.
But why? That's why drop the bomb. You're both there. You both need to get into the bomb site.
I think one player had the flash and they didn't want to lead with the bomb. At least conceptually, that was the reason.
Maybe.
I get what you're saying.
Maybe they forgot that you could drop flashbangs.
No, there was only one flash, and that was on the player flashing out.
Well, yeah, you can give the flashbang to the other player.
Maybe.
Who knows? Listen, I'm harping on this for a little bit too long. Ashland's got deagles though, and we saw these get a few kills earlier. Looking for some more.
Nines as well, a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna be a pop out here towards A. As soon as they take bracket control.
They might go for the arch trap again.
I mean, Davenport have been so kind to leave open so many times over.
More than happy to close the door as well.
First contact, second contact, it's a crossfire, and nobody falls. Near flawless, in fact, it is flawless for Davenport. Is their score line here on Inferno.
Okay, this is the point in time. I don't think we saw any pauses on overpass. Did we? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No pauses.
This would be a time where I'd be expecting to see one. Ashland, you're 6 rounds down. This is the map pick you're coming into. This is your probably biggest shot winning out any of the 3 maps we've got in this best of 3. And I don't know. I feel like you need a moment to discuss what's going on, because when Corn's pushing into your face like this, you want to have a game plan. You need a way to react, because there's just so much that could go wrong in so many ways for Davenport to win out the round as Rift finds another, and Bluto thrust into the 1v3 situation. 2 remain, and they'll get this bomb down, but lacking information, lacking presence, and lacking enough health points to go on. It is the nade to finish that 7th round for Davenport. It seemed close, it seemed possible towards the end, but again, there's just so much more that Davenport are going. There's so much working behind them. When they go for openings like that, how do you react as a team?
Look at what they're doing. This is Davenport in a nutshell right now. They are
we
collecting.
Have 40 seconds. Let's get nades.
Yeah. They're collecting. I guess let's just make sure we get a full set of nades. Oh man.
But no, that's not the most important part. Though you gotta make sure you get the best skins, Vincent.
That too is incredibly important.
I would argue more important than anything. Nothing else matters, actually.
All right then.
As long as you enter the next round with the best skin in the server, you have won.
I want to apologize to Birdie Box's mother, who he clearly does not care more than skins about. Most important thing, Birdie, you really want to double down?
I plead the 5th.
Alrighty then. 7-0. Let's get into the action once again.
Oh. That's not really what you want to be seeing.
I've missed that more times than I can count, so I will just take a step back.
You miss those?
I do miss those.
Okay. Davenport missed them too, apparently. It'll connect for a little bit onto the ground, but Ashland,
that roof is really clear though.
Yeah, Ashland seemed really determined to go for this B-bomb site hit. They've got the utility they need to go for it, but there's 2 players waiting to catch this, and there's a 3rd player close in rotation as well. I would need to see all this utility being put to work, and more importantly, I need Ashland to see this first frag. Because without it, we saw those crossfires in the A-bomb site from Davenport just a few rounds ago. It's kind of the story that Davenport are playing, just playing back, let Ashland waste their utility. When they come in, just shoot them down.
There's a key Molotov dropped, and there it goes. Gonna make it difficult. No way, they're gonna not wait. Instead, they elect to smoke and go through. But Corn and Pug, they're both connecting the shot. Pug has to reload, but don't worry, Corn's still there. Full house between the 2, Pug and Corn. Keep this scoreline Davenport sided.
That's devastating. Because you can't really say it's not what you should be doing. If you're the player throwing the smoke in that situation, you're like, yeah, absolutely. We can't really go back to the A-bomb site now. We have to go B, and we're not about to all run through the small top. I'll extinguish it. Let's go. But it's the communication in situations like that. Is like, oh, I need a flashbang. We can't just walk through this. You know what I mean? But it's those protocols that need to be built. And Ashland definitely feeling the pressure, letting the round tick down to that point in the first place, and Davenport continuing to find success as well.
I have an argument that I want to hear your opinion on.
Okay.
What if the idea there from Ashland is to catch the timing, right? Like the Molotov goes through, and no way Davenport are expecting you to smoke that when you have 30 seconds and you could wait it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the idea.
I'm not sure how I would come to that, to be honest, because I don't think that's a train of thought I would ever go for. But I mean, hey, Dangerous, he's going hunting. He's got a target. He's picked it, just waiting for the crosshair opportunity. And there it is. Going for the first bomb dropped as well. A 3rd as well on the lineup. That's what you like to see the M4 do. He continues to find more frags. 18-2. That's outrageous. Following up on his pistol round 4K as well.
Yeah, Dangerous has been not so quietly dominating this game. Or the only one even in the same ballpark with double digits at 10-5. So that just kind of goes to show where you're at. Yeah. Pretty much doubling up in both kills and about half as many deaths.
Ashland player is definitely a lot quieter than Overpass. I'm noticing. We're not seeing the same players.
They're not shooting back to the same degree.
Yeah, and Davenport, this is the confidence that is starting to be exuded as a result. They notice that they're not really being shot back, and so they've started pick the fights on their own terms. The smoke towards the stairs, I think there's going to be a gap in that, but Pug's found an opportunity for a kill elsewhere in KhazixMayJump. This, he might have just found this timing. Unfortunately, he's walked into the crosshairs of Pug once again, and his Deagle's completely trapped, nowhere to go. The round will continue to tick out as well as they drop more and more players.
The fact that there's a minute left in this round, and unfortunately, Ashland are still stuck in T ramp.
Oh.
And this is like the worst way that Inferno can go.
Yeah, I remember playing, years ago at this point. I forgot what team it was. This was an ESCA, but I remember how demoralizing it feels for you to just sit and let it happen. You know, you're in the T side, you've got rifles, and you just smoked down at the bottom of T stairs. You feel like there's no way into the round. And again, this is another round I would say, if you really want to work your way back into the series, you need to pause. You can't just keep going on like this without discussing the situation. You don't have enough time in the freeze time, in the dead chat, to discuss what's going on. This needs to be a full team conversation about how do we switch things up? Where do we try to probe? What's the weakness that Davenport might be presenting themselves?
You know, all of that's the right idea on paper. In principle, though, you feel suffocated. Maybe this is way back in. Pluto and Ho-Ho, they both pick up opening frags. The last time this happened was a 3v5 victory for Davenport. Of course, all that can change here and now. Ashland grouping back up towards Banana. Oh, and another nice shot. RN7 gets that frag on a rift. But again, still players here. A rotation being called. But here's Dangerous, who does 19 frags. He's got it all. And he still dropped the bomb as well.
Might just be able to cover it off with that Molotov. Indeed, he will. Not going to be recovered, but a smoke might just open a door for it to be towards the spray from Dangerous. Oh, this bomb's out of the smoke! And he'll connect another spray. Time for his teammate to rotate back through as well. The SG, not the weapon that you want spraying back through, so it rotates back as well.
No way.
And a second attempt at the recovery. It leaves Zeus alone in this 1v2 with the SG. How has this round devolved?
It was a 2v5. 2v5, and then Dangerous happened. And he's going to get a fourth here, too. He's got it. Dangerous taking the round on his own. Essentially winning in... Well, I mean, it wasn't 1v4, but it might as well have been.
Too big of a turn.
Warren was there for moral support.
Man, that's crazy, dude. Again, just... Davenport on their toes. When he swung towards the top of middle, he heard the flashbang. He found the right timing to swing through. It's okay. When would these players normally turn their backs after that flashbang pops? Turns to the corner, finds the topper, drops the bomb, finds an opening rift, going for another one. It won't connect this time. Instead of looking to punish for it, and he's going to go down as Dangerous finds another kill as well. It's another punish and opening for Ashland. They haven't been good at recovering these in rounds prior, and I don't really even have the resources to do so. A single Molotov and smoke in the hands of Bluto, and he seems to be looking for a gunfight here towards the top of Carlo. Flying weapons as well.
I was like, whoa, hey, look, an upgrade.
I'll take that.
You certainly will. Another 5-on-3, but this time in the form of a Davenport lead.
Oh, smoke. Oh, surely he saw him.
Eyes elsewhere, maybe. Back out. Ooh, he's gonna spot one. Oh, even with the pre-fire, Zeus can't quite find that rift there to clean up. Bug tactile down. It's another round. And another win.
I believe Dangerous is now 24-1. In case you were... Oh, sorry, 2. I'm reading... For some reason, the KDA was confusing me. I'm reading it out of order. 24-2. You know, I wish you could get the KD in my games, Vincent.
You know, I try, but I'm just not good enough.
Yeah, part of me wonders if you ever will be.
Probably not. Should stop wondering. KhazixMayJump, he's good enough for the frag on the tactile, though getting hit with a Molotov afterward will certainly limit his potential. Oh, man. Yeah, that was ambitious from Pug. KhazixMayJump collecting a second, and another Molotov gonna further limit him for just a moment.
Fights. Ashland just trying to get something working, and you can see what it's cost them as Dangerous comes through on the flank. You know, Vincent, I apologize. I've been a bit too harsh. I can expect you to go 25 and 2, sorry, when you play the likes of Davenport. You know what I mean? It's, what do you do? How do you approach rounds like this? How do you react to not getting those opening frags? How do you regain the map control that you lost? I've been expecting too much of you. I'm sorry.
I mean, Ashland, certainly their expectations have been tempered at this point. And Rift, another swing. And that smoke just a little bit too late to the party. Dangerous. He's playing a little bit of an interesting game here. Spray from Zeus, not so good as Rift is repositioned brilliantly, might I add. Dangerous, though, taking 2. And Dangerous for another. Dangerous for 29 frags. Oh, my goodness. Another 4K for Dangerous. And he's just done this in 1 half.
This is outrageous. Imagine getting, on average, 2 kills per round for an entire half. How? What do you do? Even if you're on the other players in Davenport, you're leaning back in your chair, full JDM pose, going, "This one's out of my hands, boys."
Yeah, for real. Like, yo, Dane, you got this, bud.
I got the flashes. Just go, King.
Yeah, just you keep shooting. True story. I think at this point, both sides of the equation are feeling that way. I'm rooting for a 30 bomb in the first half. I don't know about you.
It's a bomb. Stuck on the open. Ashland will have to recover, and it's strong rotations away from Davenport as well. It might just give an opportunity for Ho-Ho to activate on the slower contact towards the Boiler Stairs. A smoke to reveal the position of Corn as well, but I don't think Ho-Ho's going to go for that fight just yet. Instead, the bomb's going to be the next thing under contest. Should a flashbang sends Rift in for a kill. Fully blind at that. Zion. Oh, that would have been a nice kill to work their way back into this, but 50 seconds left. Zion needs to give time more than anything because the Slurk is yet to activate.
Well, Dangerous might get caught by it. No. Ho-Ho going to be moving forward, and Dangerous has no idea that's coming. So, to be fair, Warren has an inkling. Oh, no. Well, Dangerous denied his 30 bomb in 15, which is a tragedy because I don't think I've ever seen anyone drop 30 in 15 rounds.
I don't think I have either.
Actually, maybe I have. Retina dropped... I think Retina dropped 49 in regulation on Dust 2 last semester.
We'll be seeing him later on.
Or, actually, that was... To be fair, that was like 2021. It's been a while.
Don't say that. 2021 was not that long ago.
Listen, it has been when it's been like 5 semesters since.
That's fair.
I've been here doing the collegiate Counter-Strike for a minute.
Back in my day.
Listen, I didn't say that. Okay?
Oh, time.
At least get Dangerous' frag. Dangerous, a chance. No! He's denied! My day is ruined.
Your disappointment is immeasurable, and your day is ruined as Davenport look to deny that 30 bomb. Listen, we could still see it. There's still a chance, but it's all in the hands of RN7 to pull through with this 1v4 at a bomb site he does not have anywhere near control. All of the rotations are cut off, and it seems like we'll see this 2-0 come to fruition in just a few moments. Cut off. Oh, they're going for the knife. The disrespect. I can't. Take it away, Vincent.
I have nothing to say. Absolutely zero things to say.
Oh.
I'm Davenport taking the victory. And I'll be honest. I'm being trolled. I'm just being trolled at this point, man. 16-0. Another 16-0 to add to the tally for Davenport. This one's going to Inferno. This is me right now, by the way.
Yeah, I was throwing myself around in my chair for those last few moments, but
this was actually me.
Just disappointment. And your day being ruined.
Yeah. Listen, I want Dangerous to know I was rooting for him so hard.
Can we get him on the interview? I need to understand why he didn't get 30. I have no idea.
Okay, that's so toxic. Birdie is just not taking prisoners tonight.
No.
Jeez. All right, well, we're going to probably take a short break to get this interview set up. Hopefully it's not Dangerous, so we can spare him the sadness of talking to Birdie Box. In the meantime, we're going to make sure we get that set up. We talked to Corn last week. It was a good time. Sure, it'll be a good time. Stay tuned. Well, we have an interview prepared. It's a familiar face, so we do have to give the people what they want. And, well, the people want Corn, so it's Corn in time. Corn, welcome back to the stream, my friend. Another victory, though I'm disappointed you did drop 3 rounds. I can't believe that.
Yeah, a little disappointing, but, you know, just getting warm, getting loose.
Well, you certainly were loose on Inferno, though. I do have a question, and it really, if you watch back the stream, you'll see that my day was ruined by this. You guys didn't allow Dangerous to get the 30 bomb in the first half, or at all, and that's a sheer tragedy. Why?
It is. I don't know. We were all kind of just running around, weren't really thinking much, just hanging out, you know.
That's fair. Bird, what questions do you have for Corn?
I mean, I can't complain about that whatsoever. I mean, look, I'm also disappointed. I just have to put that on the record. The fact that we didn't get to see that happen, just for the Twitter like content on its own, is really it's really upsetting. But I mean, hey, listen, this is not the second time we've seen you play Overpass. At least this season on stream. Seems to be a good map for you guys. Not really having too many issues with it. Is there anything you guys are really worried about in any of your maps coming into this? Because we've seen Overpass, I think we saw Vertigo last time, Inferno now. Is your guys' map pools solidified? Are those really what you guys are focusing on? Is there any exceptions? Are you guys banning anything? Not focusing on something?
I'm not going to give away everything, just
Sure.
for ECL opponents and everything. But, we're pretty comfortable on the maps we have. And, in Collegiate especially, like, it's a little bit different. We kind of have rosters switching around a little bit sometimes, and spots changing up here and there. Like today we had Tactile on A, on Overpass, and then I think that they weren't really that comfortable with each other. I mean, it still worked out, obviously. But yeah, we're having fun with it. We have a solidified map pool. Sorry if you can hear that. We're comfortable on everything.
That's good to hear.
So it does look like it's a little empty over there. What's going on? You alone in the booth this time? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, not really. We have some people here. Some people went on spring break, so it's a little bit emptier. I'm just staying for spring break, so I'm here. I'm hanging out, But we got people here. They're just We also have different games over there. Somebody was banging their desk. I don't know if you heard that. That's why I apologize.
No. Nothing heard on our end at the very least. So Corn, fun question for you. Shout outs. You have anybody you want to shout out? Say hello to? Oh, we got you.
Not really. I mean, I again, like last week, I have my girlfriend next to me. She's playing, she's just scrimming right now. So yeah, shout out her.
Let's go. Second shout out, second week. Corn, it's been a pleasure as always, my friend. Congrats on another win. We'll see you next time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Alrighty. Well, I don't know who was cheating, but that was great. Either way, we got a little bit of a longer break courtesy of Davenport and their domination because, man, they do it again, delivering every single time. So our next matchup, that's going to be a pretty spicy one. We got RIT and Michigan Tech University. They're going to be finding each other in that next matchup, but it'll be about 40-ish minutes, about 9 Eastern is when we'll be getting that started. So make sure that you're staying tuned for that. In the meantime, we'll get some snacks and we'll be back. have returned after a little bit of a break. And Birdie, is that a wardrobe change? What's happened?
It is. I've also, done other things. I've eaten some food. But we come back because there's some more Counter-Strike on the line, Vincent.
I too have had some food. I have the remnants right here. It's great. It was fantastic. Had some fettuccine Alfredo.
Ooh.
And now I'm prepped and ready for more Counter-Strike. It's RIT White, the D2 team for RIT, going up against Michigan Tech University. This is going to be a tough task, I think, for RIT. Old friends Spike, Maxi, Cat, W, Tanner, B, and Zoltan are the starting roster for RIT. And I'll be honest, I've seen the D1 team of RIT a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I know you've played them a couple of times. And I think it's cool that we're getting to see the B team here.
Yeah, absolutely. These aren't really names I'm too familiar with, for sure. But my experience with the first RIT team, if it's any indication of how good the second team is, then there's definitely something to be considering here.
It certainly is, though. The consideration for Michigan Tech, they walked into last season sort of my second or third choice. Like if we're talking like a tier list, talking Davenport, Northwood, MTU. They were kind of in that area with like Drexel and
So we're talking
Kennesaw State.
A tier, B tier. If like Davenport is the S tier, you're placing them at like that A tier.
A tier. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where they started last semester. They had some struggles, to be honest with you. Had a couple of losses. Lost to Kennesaw. They weren't quite able to win against Kansas, I think. And it wasn't great, but they have had a little bit of a resurgence, adding a couple of new players since last seeing them. In Lysander specifically, that's, I think, one of the biggest pickups. And then Say You Will as well is coming in. Normally, we'd be seeing Lord of Pies has been a long-standing member of this Michigan Tech squad, but unfortunately, Lord of Pies is not able to play for at least a couple of weeks, and so therefore has Eel standing. And we'll talk more about that. But first, let's talk about the veto.
There should be a lovely few maps coming into tonight. Anubis, the first for me. The pick from RIT as they look to their CT side. Overpass, we've already seen some of that tonight. Heading to Barrage for our decider. A very interesting set of maps. I think the first time I've seen two desert maps for a long time, actually, with Dust 2 being out of the pool for a bit. I guess it's going to be a nice refresher for me, at least.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited to see Anubis being picked out. And, it does make a little bit of sense. I talked to one of the Michigan Tech players. I talked to Childs, who serves as the injury role, and Anubis is something that, listen, they're willing to go to and showcasing it right here with them picking that map. Overpass, on the other hand, definitely a map that I think RIT are going to have chances on, but this is also traditionally a fantastic Michigan Tech map. Even back in the day when it was a very different roster with Voltage on it, actually, the name I'm sure you'll be familiar with, Birdie Box,
yeah.
But, back when they were kind of terrorizing Advanced, they were beating even like ECL teams on Overpass. So definitely a lot to be seen from this Michigan Tech team on that map, which is worrying, I think, for the likes of RIT.
Yeah, it definitely means that coming into this, I think that the both of us for sure are definitely leaning towards that Michigan Tech side. There's just so much to look to. I would say, especially with that Anubis pick, that's a confidence pick. You don't go into Anubis because you think you could pug it out. Like when Vertigo came out, you could somewhat pug Vertigo. Like once you learned like the rotations and kind of what the defaults were, you could pug Vertigo. It wasn't really that difficult. Anubis, I don't think is that much the case. There's a lot of technicalities to the nade usage, which is very different to the way it work on other maps. It's not the same.
Yeah, certainly not. And RIT, on the other hand, listen, a little bit about them. Franz is the leader of this team. We talked a little bit about them. One of the most experienced players, though, currently in the 9th season of Maine, as I got to take a little bit of ask a couple questions towards Franz. And actually, I think Franz is going to have to be one of the main players to kind of step up in this game, alongside Spike and Maxi, who, by the way, are twins, I've been told, which does beg the question. So, like, I was thinking, and I know I talked to you about this in the green room, Birdie, while we have a moment.
Okay.
These guys, they grew up together, presumably went to the same school, like, throughout their childhood, then decided, you know what? We like playing CS. Why don't we do that together, too? And also go to the same college, and then play CS on this college team as well, whilst also playing in a separate league. Like, Is that not weird? That seems like a little weird.
It's pretty outrageous. I wonder if there's some like crazy like twin like behavior going on here, where it's like like they're calling for each other even though they're on completely separate sides of the map. One of them moves their hand to adjust the other person's aim. You know, it's the small stuff like that. Hey, your crosshairs off, bro. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, you went like far deeper in that. I thought it was just gonna go like, I don't know, mental communication or something. You know,
no. I'm saying like
speak.
Actual like I'm controlling you levels of just like twinnery.
Oh, okay. Not just basic, you know, being able to talk with your mind.
No, I'm saying like actually outrageous things. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's not outrageous. Understood. But yeah, Spike and Maxi, I think that's kind of cool. Though at the same time, I'm also a little bit suspicious because that seems a little insane at the same time. Nonetheless. That said, I think overall, it's those three guys who are going to have to be the ones to step up, especially Spike on the AWP.
Right.
Because Michigan Tech, like, if we're just kind of comparing and contrasting, Retina, I think it's fair to say, is one of the best collegiate, like, individuals performing in collegiate that I've seen.
Like, ever.
Yeah. Like, Retina specifically, he always drops 30. It's crazy how often that happens.
Yeah, unlike Stan Joris earlier tonight, unfortunately.
He didn't deserve that. Yeah, that was rough.
He did.
But Lysander as well, being the newest member, I think the biggest factor in this as well, in the in-game leading role, has tons of advanced experience.
Yes.
Currently working with Orion, who were a playoff team last season. Like, that's a good team, and Lysander kind of being, someone who can pick up that in-game leading role. It's exactly what Michigan Tech needed. They really needed a guy who could do that because Retina was having to take those to take that space. And listen, no disrespect to Hunter, he's good at shooting heads, and sometimes he would get a bit over aggressive in that endeavor when he was calling the strats.
Yeah, and I remember I've had a few interactions with Lysander in the past. There were opportunities that have since been passed, but I'm happy to see him go to a university like MTU and to see him perform. I think this is a great place for him to be, and I'm happy to see him in the server here tonight.
I too happy to go to a short break as we have to wait just a little bit on these players to get things prepped and ready. So we're gonna head there, and then when we come back, we will see Anubis as our first map. Alrighty, we have things underway here. Michigan Tech starting out defensively. Actually, they're on the T side. Pardon me. All right, Tina on the CT. We have things flipped on the HUD for now. It's gonna be Franz. Talked about him. Needs to step up. There's 2, 3 for old Franz. That's an incredible start. The quad kill stolen away. The ace spike will take that, but old Franz with a quad to open things up.
Welcome to Anubis. At least that'll be my introduction to the map over towards that B-bomb site. And one exciting one. Lots of gunfire through the smoke and a flurry of frags to get the CT side around. I have no complaints.
Just by the way, if you're wondering what's going on the top left-hand side of things, we had to do some janky shenanigans to get a map because there's not an updated map for the HUD just yet. So, apologies. We're getting that figured out. Yeah. Looks fine. It just looks a little janky. All right? A little bit of Glock action right there. Lots of damage, but no frag. And okay, say you will. We'll pick up one, and this has actually become a little bit more interesting as Eel, by the way, a Valorant player, hopping in for Lord of Pies.
Amazing. I was slightly concerned there that was going to go the way of Michigan Tech. It seemed like it was... The odds were shifting, but alright, it's able to get it under control. They do follow through with that second round. Vincent, I'm obviously not too familiar with this map, right? So, enlighten me. What should I be expecting from a CT side in terms of round count?
Yeah, this map actually slightly T-side, believe it or not. Now, granted, that's at the high level, you know?
We're not there, yeah.
You know, we're definitely not at, like, the pro level, which is where those stats are being measured, but still... I think you could expect to see a good T side at, 7+ rounds.
No, yeah, I would definitely. I'll definitely look forward to it, and I'll definitely call you out if you're wrong. So as I usually love to do.
But wait, hold on. I just have a question.
Oh.
How will you tell if I'm wrong? I'm not in the server.
Well, I'll figure it out. I'll find a way.
You do always find a way. Let me know when I'm wrong. Retina. Fantastic shot. That's what we expect from Retina. Got us starting things out as per the usual situation.
Retina things.
By the way, probably going to go back and forth. Retina is Hunter backwards. That's his first name. I'll probably go a bit back and forth on that one.
Again, though. Entries in towards that B site. It's going to be Michigan Tech to grab control as... rotations start to come through, and that smoke's really going to be an annoyance towards this retake, because a smoke and a single nade left, you're going to have to clear out some angles, and that Molotov to do it, and missing that timing as well. That's absolutely outrageous.
Oh, nice work. Big couple of kills there. Child's going to close it out as she does incredibly well. And to you, taking that first round after the pistol, and great work from France to start things out, but MTU have answered quite stoutly on the round.
I'm wondering how the op really plays into this map. Having not really watched it too much here at the collegiate level as well, enlighten me, Vincent, is there a specific place that you'll usually see the opper tend to be positioned? Because, like, maps like Mirage, it's like, you'll see it towards middle, and Overpass, you'll see it towards that A site more often.
I think you can actually see the AWP pretty much anywhere on this map, actually. That's one of the cool things. Making it cool. Nice stack. Keeping it cool, but we'll take a couple for old friends once around the corner. Say you will. We'll shut that down. But I actually think one of the interesting things, much like Mirage, is that you can see the AWP go just about anywhere. I think it's incredibly strong. Saw Eyeballers and JW playing with it in a massive game on the A site, pretty much consistently over there. And then also consistently seeing the pressure applied by, it was Coach Omo in the grand finals of the last season of NACE.
Right, that was Nubis.
Applying that pressure. Yeah, indeed. Map 1, Nubis. Doing a lot on that one. So, yeah, point being, you can see it pretty much everywhere, though typically the standard is mid.
Understood. Challenging balance. Michael here, you see the CTs aggressing here outside towards B. Spike will find that frag, and they'll be able to fall back without really much being traded back, but that'll force them to be back towards that A site. And response is they don't really have much else to go for, and that map control not necessarily worth retaking with the resources in hand. A Molotov set of them. They'll get some information towards the CT side as MTU begin their walk out. A mistiming from that utility usage, but it'll give an open path for this bomb to be planted.
Right now, with the AWP now, not always going to see him with that, so you will typically be using that weapon, but he's good with the rifle this time, and he's applying the pressure. The second smoke. This is timed perfectly. Oh, it will be. You gotta go through it, but no. The timing, well, maybe still good. It's Lysander up top. Retina applying pressure. Friends, the last alive in a nice attempt, but out of bullets. As Retina back, forth. Will no-scope him to close the round. The Retina delivery.
That's crazy, man. Op no-scope to close out the round. You always love to see it. I don't know what it is about the op no-scope, but like, it happens and you just have to sit back a little bit. You lean back and you just go, man, a kill was earned. You know what I mean?
How did you know what I was doing? I was literally leaning back as you said that.
Because I did the exact same thing.
So it's accurate.
Yeah.
You've pulled that one entirely correct.
I know what I'm doing.
Here's the eco. RIT. Not a lot to work with in this round. They've done the bad thing. My friend, why is there 2 CZs?
Because it's second to the 5.7, the best gun in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's false.
I'll have to disagree. Look, listen, this is gonna be an RT round. Just watch this easiest work. I promise you.
All right, you know, I'm willing to be proven inaccurate, especially as we're seeing a little bit of a back and forth. Child's eventually gonna get there.
It's an aggressive angle. Going to be clear.
You were saying?
The 5 CT coming out on top. Listen, I don't lie. I've never lied. I've never gaslit you into believing any of my lies ever, Vincent. The CC is the better gun. But listen, not enough bullets, though. That's their only downside. So Max and Cat will recover that AK, and we'll probably put it to good use for the rest of the round, but get ready to watch that CZ in action more later by Zoltan, who's hanging around elsewhere. Looking for some frags. Doesn't quite get it. Unfortunately, Childs is lurking around in mid. Punish Tanner for his aggressions as well, and to leave that recovered AK alone towards the opposite side of the map. Might actually end up being hunted, but Anubis is a large map block to really look for. Lots of corners to hide behind as well, and Childs will actually locate that remaining AK-47, and will fire off that Zeus in celebration just because.
MTU leading the way into a 4-2 scoreline. The AWP still working on Retina's back. Spike will be taking it, though, on the CT side. And now we get a chance to really test that theory about where this AWP will be headed, as it appears to me like it shall be towards B.
It's been a popular target so far, for sure. Retina finding that opening duel over towards that B bomb site. The position can be so comfortable to take on the T side. Texas finding that second kill as well. That's an open door towards B if they want it, but I imagine MTU, aware of what rotations might be coming through, will start to set up for this A. Execute Molotovs. Really important here to cut off those rotations. Smoke to obscure the sight lines towards that window position, and once again, it's just Zoltan, I believe, hanging around. Really difficult angles to fight from here, not on the bomb site to actually fight from, and so it seems like we'll see another bomb plant similar to just a few rounds ago. And RIT will have to fight through the utility once again.
All the way forward. This pressure. It's going to be red. Say you will. There for a trade, but still, it's back and forth, and Eel confirming a frag. It's up to Zoltan. Retina playing Overwatch in that position. Just to confirm, walking away with another victory. Michigan Tech kind of looking good here. They lost the pistol because of that huge early quad kill, but nothing really since then has been all that great.
It's crazy how we already see MTU, their players performing so well already. There's no concerns. No one's I'm not looking at a single player on the team and going, yep, they're not doing their job. These 5 rounds, they've been earned. And that's Retina, especially one of those players, just another opening duel with the AWP. You can't swing the guy. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, you throw a flash. I mean, that's really the only thing I can think of. Zoltan, that's a nice shot though. AK grabs, and the jump on the exit will make sure that you can continue.
This double door can be so dangerous. So many angles to hide behind, and utilities very useful in being able to clear them, but no one's going to be hiding there just yet. As Childs finds contact towards that B site. That scout hasn't quite connected onto him just yet, but lots of small pixel angles to work with, barely missing his legs that time around. Look at this. Say you will. He's worked his way through those double doors and lurking his way through mid. I imagine he's going to try to cut off those rotations, make sure this take towards B ends out as flawless as possible. That scout will end up going down. The AK unable to trade on the CT side, at least not for more than one, and this is where this lurk begins to activate. Looking for contact, but Deagle connects for both of those shots out of the equation, and all of a sudden, it's an AK and a Deagle, sorry, in for the retake.
Chances continuing. Maxi with a nice shot. Now it's up to Childs. 1v2. Of course, a position that I don't think they're going to realize yet. The first is gained. Now Zoltan looking for a defuse, but can't actually find the position of the bomb. And it'll be a 6 for Michigan Tech.
Really starting to see that T side come to life. Just a reminder, this is the map pick of MTU. Retina still has that AWP in hand. They've built up quite an economy for themselves, looking really healthy. RIT not quite as much. They've got a full buy coming into this, but not really much in the back pocket to work off of if this doesn't succeed. They've been in this state for a while. They need consecutive rounds to be able to break it.
Yeah. That is the tough task at hand. Spike, a missed shot. Be a continuation, and oh, Retina. The connection, he spotted another. Takes the Tech 9 out, but has Childs back up just in case. It's a double entry duo. Retina and Childs applying maximum pressure over to RIT. As now, honestly, save should be the call, but Spike ready for Childs. Getting a little bit too aggressive there.
Save's gonna be forced. This is tragic. I mean, this AWP out of play. I mean, it's found that first frag, but when you just can't pick your fights with it, man, what do you do? It's not a gun you want to go for retake with, and despite that fact, they're gonna have to save with all this utility as well. How do you proceed? Similar to a map like Inferno, you know, I imagine Anubis can be a map where retakes are really difficult once you're locked behind that utility. How come back into the round, and a shot that actually almost cost Zoltan his life, but he will come out alive at the other end of that fight.
Michigan making themselves a 7-2 lead, 5 rounds in a row after that. That pistol, pardon me. And I mean, they've consistently been able to pick up this AWP. Like they've done well actually to manage their money pretty good, but it's just not been effective. And to you, they've been able to close round after round. Here's Spike, a little bit of a different position, trying to go for the shots as Lysander, but that's not gonna connect either. Franz with a big one, and Maxi doubling down. Speaking of, with 2 of their own.
Ooh, and Retina being taken out as well. I imagine he caught the wrong end of that timing there with the AWP, but as those operators duel, it's going to end up being Childs alone, and while executing that reload, his CT side is a good idea where he is, and they'll start to hunt him down, but unaware of where the bomb is, Childs has an opportunity to work with here.
Chance for the first gun round that RIT are able to find But honestly, I give Childs, well, I was going to say I give Childs a shout, but unfortunately, she's relieved of her head, and it will be another one for RIT. A hard-fought victory at that. Took some aggression from Maxi on that opening pick. Coming from Franz, actually. This really necessary. Spike was there just in case Franz went down, but no problems.
Back on track. And honestly, relatively even frags on the side of RIT, and so I didn't quite get too much of a look at it in that freeze time there, but 3-7, not too far away. I think it's just a few rounds, maybe a good clean entries. Like the one from Retina, I was going to say this could have gone the other way for RIT, but no. It's another weapon out of play. This is a duel towards water that we've seen time and time again. We've seen it go both ways, depending on the round, but it's been a consistent one. As this time MTU come out on top, they'll look to take advantage of it. As Retina finds another target, he goes hunting for it. Chow's going for the swing as well, and it's another open B bomb site. They will capitalize off of it, and Vincent, are we looking at another save?
Yeah, we should be. That's the conversation point, is Zoltan and Maxi move that direction. But, you know, the thing that I want to note is Spike going for that ambitious maneuver with the AWP down in towards connector and in towards water. Like, that really can't be happening after that last round. You win the round, sure, but going back for it in the same place, I feel like you just can't expect for MTU not to be adjusting, right?
Yeah, I would agree. And I'll just derailing from that point slightly, it makes it so much worse that in the situations where you need to save these rifles, you're just being hunted round after round. Not with that, I mean, MTU, they've been mostly successful in taking them out of your hands. Zoltan will be able to keep it this time around, but it's punishment after punishment. You know, eventually it'll get to a point where you'll start asking, if we're going to be hunted with these rifles, even if we try to save, why not just go for the round?
I mean, yeah, that's a fair question, but at the same time, how can you anticipate like how much they're going to hunt?
Right.
It's sort of not fair to assume that RIT have knowledge they don't have, but I get the meaning, right? Like, it feels like you're unfortunately working from behind off the rip, even when you're trying to save weapons. It's a little bit more of a standard endeavor. As you see back that canal fight we were talking about, but like Sander, applying pressure, don't know. Yeah.
Is that smoke from the CTs towards the water? Is that a normal thing? I haven't really
I'm
seen
sorry, I
that.
didn't see.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, it's not. None of the one, the connector?
Yeah, the one that,
No, that's called being terrified of Retina.
Understood, and well, it seems to have not worked out too well as teammates died on that B-bomb side as entries have happened over towards a Spike, setting himself up for this gunfight. Oh, the timing! Oh no! That's where Life Center comes into play.
Man, this bomb actually very close to being caught by, I think that's Franz on the rotate. Nearly found the bomb kind of rotating in mid, but just a little bit too little too late. And from there, okay, goodbye to Retina. Forcing a rebuy of the AWP if needed.
I mean, not only that, but if they were to try to go for the save again, it would be an op into this next round. Honestly, it might even motivate them to go for it, but unfortunately, 2v3, they've got plenty of time to make this work. They've got utility as well in the hands of MaxiCat. If they can get out behind this doorway. Oh, finding the timing. It's information. All of a sudden, an opening to try to go for this bomb.
This is crazy. Hit in hand. Surely, though, Eel is going to be able to deny this. Smoke goes out, and it's a diffuse going through, but Eel, alongside Lysander, will spray well enough to say he will. Quickly came to rendezvous with his team, making sure that nothing of note was lost.
The dangerous thing there is this isn't like a traditional bomb site like you would see in other maps where it's relatively level. You've got that kind of divot where the stairs go down into the bomb site area, and so it can be really difficult when a smoke is down there to figure out, where do I actually need to be shooting to take out the bomb, as opposed to a map like, Overpass. If it's planned on the A bomb site, you don't need to spray vertically to figure out where your opponent is.
There is vertigo, to be fair.
I guess. Vertigo does tend to exist, unfortunately.
Well, F to pay respects to all you Vertigo fans in the chat. Yeah, this smoke is the one you were talking about, right? Yeah, well, okay. One moment. Spike, nice shot. Say you will. Able to find that. Childs has been incredibly effective here. Just kind of being a menace in that position. Like, but no, that smoke, definitely not the norm. You do sometimes see it, but definitely not at the beginning of every round.
Okay, forced gunfight over towards the entry of B. Trades end up coming through and a missed op shot from Retina. We haven't seen too many of those this game, but a warning shot just in case you want to swing back through again. Lots of utility being exchanged as well. Both sides desperate to get control of this B site.
Still, man advantage in hand for RIT at the very least. And it should be a rotation, and indeed it will be called for MTU. We're going to rendezvous here towards the A site. And there's really only one player here. That's Zoltan. He's going to get the information here in a moment. I like that flash. Hadn't gotten a chance to see a lot of it. With a chance. Expiring. Find that free kill. And Retina is so close. Another potentially on the cards as the AWP gives its position away. Spike. Known.
Oh,
and a nice boost. This is creative.
Wonder what you can see from it. I mean, Maxie's found something off the back, but a kill, those don't usually come undeserved. It's created a man advantage. RT haven't been privy to these in prior rounds. This is an opportunity they need to take control of it, but Eel's in a good position to find one. Difficult to punish because the AWP's covering the other angle. Now isolated, got that fragged, isolating Retina as well into this 1v2. The bomb's in a position to be found, and a missed shot means the defuse can start to come through again. Retina can't keep juggling these. You need to find the frag, and you need to punish, but he can't. Alright, they will come out on top, and Retina, despite finding the final frag, can't quite push it over the line.
Jeez. So close. I mean, seconds between victory and defeat there. But RIT take advantage, and they do just enough on the retake. Brilliant stuff, but it's still a good half thus far from Michigan Tech. And RIT, they're on the same page, at the very least, with needing to gather a couple additional rounds here. 9-6, not too bad, I don't think. But
not so shabby.
10 rounds, I'd say MTU are definitely going to be good.
Oh, no.
Childs, you can't pick her like that.
There's only one word for that. That's a massive blunder. Tanner will be able to get that kill back, but that's just information for Childs. There's at least one more present on the speed bomb site walking out towards B. I mean, at the worst case, they'll find two opponents. Here, Zoltan's, that's not the first time he's been caught out with an aid. Maxicat isolated by the smoke as well. It's Lysander. Good for another frag, and all of a sudden, this round once again starting to collapse for the side of RIT. They had, I would say, a stroke of luck in barely making it out of that 1v2 in the last round, but they're going to have to make it work. They're going to earn this 3v2 retake.
Most definitely. So difficult to find. Remember, they clutched just a moment ago, but do it again. And like Sander, applying pressure, popping out and popping in with a 3K for Michigan Tech. 10-4 the score. And they're going to continue to move forward. Look at the money. It is all busted up.
Dude, I'm starting to understand this Anubis pick, man. Just the way that MTU are going for these fights, they know exactly where RT are going to be fighting from. They're coming out. We saw those kills over towards the B bomb site at the start of last round. Just, you know, I was sitting here. I'm waiting for it to happen. Boom. Get those kills. Open up the round. Look for information. Send the rest of your teammates for boom.
What the hell happened to Eel?
Just let Lysander do it. That's a good question. Oh, no. I say that, but
I mean, they did just double push, so that is a lot of info. In fairness, it's just a scout. I was thinking it might be an AWP here, but no. They will. They're gonna apply the pressure. The molly hits this time, and good for Zoltan to actually get a frag there before going down, but it isn't gonna be enough. Close range. 2, MP9, MP7, both are good. As Maxi actually collects both of them.
Whoa.
Oh, okay, Retina.
Was that through the smoke? I don't know if you
Sure
saw
was.
him come out.
I mean, he definitely caught some whiff, but it certainly looked through the smoke to me.
Yeah, the flank's being covered. Bombs out of the B bomb site. You're going to be forced to take this crossfire or take this uncomfortable fight. Rena's got a minute to make that tough decision. He's got 14 kills to his name. Would have to extend to 17 to put that 11th round on the board, and he's been hitting crazy shots, Vincent, but this would be something else.
I love how passive RIT are being. They're trying to allow every opportunity here. Now knows, has the inkling that he's getting flanked, but knows that there's a player on the site as well. Would really like to have a rifle, instead has the scope weapon, but he's just moved into the position. Retina with a real chance, and the 1v3 clutch for Retina. He's absolutely incredible, and I said he's good for it every time, and he does deliver once again for Michigan Tech.
That's insane. The awareness to know that he's being flanked, he knows. Listen, I've just taken out this first player. There's one hiding the bomb site, but he refuses to fight. There's something else in the equation, and he figures it out. He knows. He knows, Vincent.
He's a knower. He is a knower. Oh, man. Just, like you were saying, the anticipation, the game sense that really comes there, that's on display. Stupendous. Half over. Gotta reset the mental.
I don't know how I'm gonna reset.
Retina is just W keying, friends.
Oh.
He's gonna get a chance here to do some heavy lifting once again. Great shot. Even midair, say you will, is gonna be thinking, why me? But Childs is there. Another Zoltan. 2 for them before it goes to a 2-on-3.
I never thought I'd be seeing the CTs trapped in this position, but I mean, here we are. It's Lysander now set to deliver. He's delivered on this A bomb site many times, and arguably this exact same situation. The only difference being the bomb wasn't planted, but the positioning here. RIT doubled up, difficult fights to take, and Tanner's going to be the one to prevent Lysander from delivering once again. It is that pistol round to ease the worries of RIT, but there's still a 6-round deficit to overcome.
Yeah, nice clean shot for that one frag that Lysander was able to bring in, but well done for Tanner. Delivering big for his team when it matters a lot. MTU. They've gone for the force buy, though. On the CT side, I'm a little less of a fan of the force buy CT side, personally. I was talking to one of our caster friends, Travis, about this just a couple of days ago, but it's like the CT side force buy, I mean, it might work here, particularly with how well MTU are playing, but it really sucks if you just lose 4 rounds off the rip.
Oh, that is outrageous. Just dropping the smoke just so you can spam it with the Nova has to be the most amazing thing I've seen tonight.
Even more than that Retina 1v3?
I mean, that's the most amazing thing I've seen tonight, I guess. I'll rephrase. This might be the most outrageous thing I've seen tonight.
Well, certainly not the most outrageous thing that's been said. That has to be in your hands. There you will. Gonna be popping out. First attack, another one to be had. It's looking for a frag. Another tag. That's 3 players down belt. Very low.
They don't know.
Yeah, they certainly don't. Spike there to clean up counts. Texas. Nice shot. This is a very winnable round.
Just pull the trigger, Retina. You know you want to.
I mean, it's behind a pillar, so...
I think the scout might be able to penetrate that
It definitely cannot.
With certain angles, you can actually shoot through the entire thing with an AK.
What?
I've done the testing. I don't think it's changed since the map came out.
No, it hasn't.
It's really strange.
We'll come back to that. Hold on. 2v2. Spike. Low HP. Very winnable, and there it is. Spike with a big delivery. A 3K in this round. That is very much needed for RIT, and it will be the Michigan Tech force buy denied. Back to what you're saying. You can shoot through that with an AK?
Yeah, so it depends on the angle that you're shooting into the bricks. I think the actual brick, like, because there's like the flat texture and then there's the brick kind of mesh that comes out of it. If you shoot into the brick, I think if you come out at a certain angle if you come out of the brick texture but you shoot into the brick mesh, I think it goes through. It's weird. There's a weird thing you have to do, and because of the way the pillars are actually arranged, you can only do it for certain really weird angles. But I digress.
That's surely a bug, right?
A feature.
Not intentional, I would imagine.
There's no such thing as a bug when you're Valve, Vincent. It's just
we designed unintended features.
Yeah, no, we designed it that way, and you didn't like it, but we'll change it.
Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to see that change coming through shortly. That is a little outrageous, in my humble opinion.
Just like
Right now,
the R8,
and-
Vincent. The R8 was fully intended to be the way it was when it came out.
Yeah. I will say I mean, it is sort of Counter-Strike, but it's kind of sad that weapon just hasn't, like, because of how ridiculous it was on release, like, it's just never gotten any love ever. I don't think it's been changed at all since that nerf.
No, but, like, it makes sense. I mean, as a Counter-Strike player, you want control in your weapons. You know, having to wait between the time you press your mouse key and the bullet triggering out of your gun, that's outrageous. Why would you want that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Counter-Strike is too fast-paced of a game. When someone's jiggling you and you have a revolver in hand, you just lose that fight every single time. And if you're using the
Just pre-fire them.
And if you're using the right click, just use the deagle. The deagle spam is still insanely powerful. Why would you give that up, you know?
I mean, or just buy a 5.7 if you're the CT.
Also true.
Lots of utility here for said CTs. Flashbang. Good. A little bit of a labored spray there for Chalice, but Eel not quite down just yet. Never mind. We'll say goodbye. Tanner with a nice connection. And this is starting to get a lot closer. Say you will. He's going to be very close to that smoke, but unable to go forward in France. Looking for the chance to maybe find a freebie. So it's actually Lysander.
Oh, man. He's so comfortable in this position. We've seen here so many times. Now that he secures the flank is clear as well, he can full focus onto what's more important. It's retaking this B bomb site. Trapped in is the T side, and another nade out. Tanner has been so unlucky that I feel like this game barely catching him through that smoke. Leaving Lysander in this 1v1 situation. Molotov will force the fight. Knows exactly what's coming, but dinked out means Spike can retreat. And Lysander just needs to bleed time. Sorry, Spike needs to bleed time. And Lysander's running out of it. Oh, and there it is.
But get not fast enough. That is very unfortunate for Lysander, who played a great 1v3 there. Or 1v2 maybe? Yeah, I think it was just 2. It was a trade into the other, but nonetheless.
What's the saying?
Fantastic attempt.
What's the saying that the kids have been saying, I guess, for the last decade? And probably longer?
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades?
I think that's the one, yeah.
Okay. I have no idea which one you're actually meaning, so I just went with the old classic.
Loser, Vincent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have gotten that one. Well done. I'm just never a loser, so I don't think about it.
I'm genuinely upset that you didn't get that. I just want you to know that.
Good. I'm glad you're upset.
Oh, he's upset after that one. Oh my lord.
I mean, I think everybody would be upset if they were Tanner in this scenario.
That's so outrageous. I mean, like, I want to know how much of that was a pre-fire and how much of that was a reaction shot.
Oh, it was a full reaction shot, knowing Hunter. But this is why it's so much fun to watch Michigan Tech. By the way, it seems like this. It's like, oh, okay.
We've decided to be better.
Yeah, and obviously Retina gets that like a lot, but still,
so
pretty consistent.
We've seen this fight over towards this A side a lot, where you just go for this contact play and try to make something work, but the utility's going to have to back it up and say you will get his first fight because that bomb's going to be dropped, and all of a sudden you need to look for trades. Utility starts to fly in, say you will be forced into another fight, not going to be able to grab anything through the end of it, and Zoltan continuing to find impact as well as the bomb goes down. These pistols, not really bringing much effect, but still 3 of them left standing to try to make something work. Not able to fight Spike with AWP this time around, unfortunately.
Spike's been fantastic with that up, to be fair. Challenge can't find anything with the 5.7, and one more of those are left. Though I'm not sure how Eel survived that spray. Did some fancy moving, excuse me.
He's just skinnier than the rest. I think that's what it is.
So.
He works out
His
more.
hitbox is smaller.
He took off the body armor. See, the body armor adds like more like hitbox, so you take it off and...
That is not true at all.
I agree, it's not, but, you know.
Double up, bot up here for MTU. a little bit surprising to see them buy the double up at this stage.
I think
typically.
I think it could work though, because listen.
Oh yeah.
That especially that A bomb site, it's so contact oriented. You find that first kill, you can find a way to fall back until the utility comes in. Getting out towards B here, it has potential to be good for the first frags, but unfortunately for MTU, they've come out on the wrong side of it, able to trade those chowds. And this bomb, hasn't been planted, Vincent. They're running out of opportunities to make this happen before the retakes come through, and Old Friends punished as well. The bomb going down in the process.
That is outrageous. You cannot be pushing that with the bomb. That was the round. Basically lost by pushing that with the bomb. I understand that they needed to deal with Childs. I mean, she really was the turning point for the round, but still for RIT, did they not have a smoke? They must not have had anything to force them out, I would assume, based on that maneuver.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't justify the players' actions, Vincent. Neither of us can. We just we do our best to try to explain what's going on in front of us. And while I do struggle to explain that one, I can definitely explain the buy situation right now. RIT, this is their last-ditch attempt to try to come back onto that comeback pace, because the money has started to run out in MTU. They've still got this double set up in hand, and so concerns would start to mount if they can't make this work.
They didn't see the double up last round either. Oh, the timing, Retina has it. He's blind, but it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, for Childs walks into the other AWP that Spike had on the similar angle. So a little bit unluckers, to be honest, but still, the 1-for-1 trade does actually favor the T's, and yeah, that's just not an angle you want to fight with an MP9.
I feel like if you're a CT in that situation, you almost just don't want to shoot your gun. You're like, what's the point?
Exactly. It's like you're at fall off range at that point.
Yeah.
Where it's gonna be doing 3 damage. You better with a Glock.
Except Fate. I'm out of position. They deserve the skill.
Yep. Information at least gained, to be fair. 45 seconds on the clock, and well, that was awful close. That feel when you just you hear the bullet whiz by your head, and that's how you know it's so close through the smoke.
Yeah. 30 seconds. Just closing in on it. And also finding contact. This could be a clue to the CT side of what's incoming. A Molotov will deny an entry path, and say Will's going to need to hold down the fort, because there's so many terrorists encroaching on the bomb site, and finding two will make the job of the rotations that much easier, but staying alive is that much better as Retina continues to find impact, and it's a 2v1. Zoltan will need to find back from the Vales Vincent. The clock continues to tick, and Zoltan continues to frag.
Oh, but he's gone for the fake. He could get this, and he does. Lysander down. The double op really not working out for MTU in the final moments of that round. I was critical, questioning maybe of the fake there for the second time, but it works out beautifully, catching Lysander on the aggression.
That's a beautiful clutch. That's the kind of clutch that you look back at and you go, you can read every single decision the player made, even if you might not have done it. You know exactly why it happened, and when it works out, you just see it all come together. It's a work of art.
Might be a bit of a work of art here. Maxi taking 2, 600 apiece for the Mac 10. And Retina thought maybe he could recreate the magic here. Might still do so, as he's been flashed off. Now working a close range angle. And they are all here. All 5 members moving forward. And hello, bud. Close by. Oh, now they know.
I thought he got that.
It did look a little bit close, but honestly, moving.
Look at the damage. What's happened?
Right.
How has this happened? I feel like I didn't see any of this happen, but low HP on 3 of these players, and Spike, I think he's the one throwing utility. Never mind, he smacked him on the entry, but the damage has been dealt, and just needing to clean up. It's 2v2, say he will. Knows what's on the opposite side of that wall.
Gonna rotate together away. Try and get a bit of a different angle of this. And in fairness, I mean, this bomb isn't planted. So.
And it might not be for a little while longer. It's reconsidered, looking for other opportunities, and I guess diversifying the portfolio, Vincent.
Indeed. When does this op realize something's going wrong, though? Maxi.
It's not a gun you'd want to give up to.
Well, but they're not going to swing until that bomb goes down. They are going to recover a couple of rifles, but honestly, you can make the argument to save these guns. I want to see them go for it, and oh, they are. Absolutely huge. Low HP on the op. And the 2v2.
I wonder if you can hear the footsteps. That would be information, but I don't think so.
Surely the info's now given over, but they've gotten onto the site. That's a frag. Double kill, in fact, for Spike, and he's delivering so much for RIT. 12 to 11.
24 kills for Retno, 21 kills for Lysander, 22 kills for Spike and Zoltan. Everyone else way far behind. I don't understand how we get in these situations. I'm loving it though.
Well, I mean, listen, I will give some context here. You know, Eel has finally been able to sub for Lord of Pie as the normal starter. He's actually a player on the Valorant team, and has just been kind enough to jump in and be the fifth. So
much appreciated.
Yeah, I think, you know, unfortunately, Eel not necessarily performing, but this is not his game, and valiant effort being put up here against a very solid team, and there's an opening pick delivered by Eel himself, 1 for 1, and gives Childs a chance that she really should have been able to convert into a victory.
And I'll touch on that note further too. I mean, Lord of Pie is a difficult player to stand in for. I mean, it already brings so much impact, and just the name itself, it's one that's been around for so long. This MTU side, it's difficult to say there could be a player to replace Lord of Pies, especially in a substitute kind of situation.
Indeed. All the members delivering right now as well for RIT. I think the conversation should be adjusted, as mentioned, and Franz has been doing a lot of good work, but it's really been Spike, Maxi, Zoltan, all three of those guys actually delivering in a massive way, and our expectations was that, you know, that would have to be the case, and it has been, for this to be a very close game. 12-12 the score as we finally tied up. Comeback confirmed. What was the half? Was it?
I feel like it was like 12-3 or something outrageous.
Yeah, I was about to say that, but it didn't seem possible.
Hold on.
That's not possible.
I can check. I have access to the lobby. Never mind, I can't check. The game is live. I take it all back.
Why would you lie to me like that, buddy?
I keep forgetting that the arbitrary rules on not checking things once halftime is done, but it's whatever. We move on.
I can't move on. You've lied to me, and my trust has now been ruined.
I've never lied to you.
Lysander, not a liar. He's a fragger. Fragging out, finding a frag there. Oh, no way he's going back for more. That was ambitious, I will admit. Retna, I don't think he was blind there at all. The kill feed's telling us a lie. And he gets shot after shot, but he's running out of bullets in that new weapon. No way.
What?
That Spike's just found a collateral on the entry.
What did he shoot through?
The other player.
Oh.
It was a collat.
Oh, wait, what was below the other? I was so confused, but there's the flank.
It was a leg.
Yeah, I see that now. I had to mentally process it. Took a while, but we're back. And old Franz, 50 seconds left to put this match back into their lead. I think they've lost track of him, so opportunity to maybe recover that bomb, but you'd have to start working quicker than this. 40 seconds seems like a lot of time until it isn't.
Great point, yeah. And especially when you're walking around, got to recover a bomb and clear out all these angles. But there's the first, but no way he's expecting a second from that direction. It is actually really hard to call. I'm ticking away.
No information.
15 seconds. Yeah, I was going to say, I think that round one, as soon as with Eel and Say You Will kind of like put themselves in that double up. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm definitely saying for sure, though, that this map is a lot more competitive than I think either of us were expecting coming into this. There's been very exciting moments, and I would say all the players, all the winning conditions that we said for both teams, or were expected for both teams, I think they're all true.
Yeah, I think the big surprise is Zoltan. My expectation was, you know, Spike and Maxi having to step up, and yes, Spike has been right there. Little less so for Maxi, but definitely still the case. But Zoltan has performed admirably against an incredibly tough opposition of Michigan Tech.
And the first pause of the night that we'll see. Yeah, it's refreshing. Gives me a little bit of time to talk to my buddy Vincent. You know?
It's crazy that is the first pause of the night, isn't it?
We've seen so much Counter-Strike. After all of the outrageous back and forth clutches we've seen tonight, that was the round where we see a pause.
That too. Also, this is the third map we've seen, and only now the decisions being made. I don't know who it was that called that timeout, though. Did you catch?
Not exactly. I don't think there's a way to know on face that. I digress. Right now, you can't keep doing that. How do you keep pulling through into situations like that? Lysander, having rotated through, is brutalized by that Mac 10. That's where not having head armor comes into play. And as that hit bomb site drops, I mean, in a position where Lysander's usually comfortable, say you will have to substitute, but the AWP's looking, hunting.
They gotta know there's a guy here at this point. There's been a guy here every single time they've taken A.
But it's been Lysander every single time.
I mean, but Tanner, stuffs it down, say you will's throat and challenge. He'll fall as well. MTU thought they had a big round.
What?
Now they need a big clutch. Courtesy of Eel. Knows where this last member is hiding. But no, actually didn't notice Tanner getting out of there. 18 HP, the full health of Eel, and he's just sticking it. He's just holding. He's got to go. And this is totally winnable, but the missed shots, no RIT still taken away.
For a moment, I was like, "Is this happening?" I don't think he had a kit, did he?
He did not. It was a full 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was really what kind of sold for me. If he had a kit, I think he would have had it.
He most definitely would have had it. He almost had the full 10 seconds. He was only 2 seconds off.
Yeah. Man, we're back to that same thing, Vincent. Just buy a kit. It doesn't matter if you're saving. Just buy a kit. I'm just kidding.
Okay. They weren't saving.
I know.
You know, it was definitely one of those rounds on the CT side where you didn't have money.
Hold on, does Retina use a dot crosshair? Are you seeing that?
Yes, he does.
I think we all need to switch to dot crosshairs.
I think we clearly do. Like, and the amount of impressiveness I've seen from his AWP is incredibly fun to watch.
It's been a surprise.
Yeah. Like, I was expecting Spike to be, you know, good enough with that op as the opera for the team, but I just wasn't expecting it to be a star AWP.
Listen, when you shine as bright as Spike and the Deagles fire as accurately as they do on the side of MTU, it's going to be a great game of Counter-Strike. How do they keep finding frags?
All right, I'm going to go back to an old classic.
All right.
They can't keep getting away with it.
Oh, the legs. Even the rotation of that smoke could have been a factor, but the bomb still hasn't recovered. And I mean, that 40-second timer we talked about just a few rounds ago, it can disappear extremely quickly. And
they know. The audio cue is so close. Child's trying desperately to spam that through the smoke. When Spike is looking to stick around, that's an ambitious maneuver, if I'm being entirely honest. And oh no, look at this.
oh,
Retina. Yeah, I think I gotta do the swap over that you were talking about.
yeah, this is insane, Spike. Listen, you've been delivering for the entire game, but you can't win against Retina, not like that. My man's 30 and 15.
What? Could you remind me what I said at the outset of this game? You remember?
Something. Remind me.
Something. Retina always drops 30.
I do remember that actually. No, yeah.
Yeah. You see what I mean now?
Always.
The Retina way.
The only way, some might say.
Yes, indeed. I mean, to be fair, I became a Retina fan very much off the back of these 30 bombs.
Ooh, okay. Ooh. Nice boost. We'll find the first in information. There's an eco round. They will be able to defuse it. They'll Spike. No AWP in hand this time around. It's going to be a quick, flawless one for MTU, but it sets us up for round number 29. The last opportunity for IT before MTU push this over the line.
I mean, can we just talk about the fact that Challenge picks up 4 there? Now, she's on for a potential 30 bomb as well. And Spike is right there with them. 27 frags for Spike on the AWP roll.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, doesn't have one this time out.
And that could be a brutal blow because they have been somewhat reliant on it.
I do like, you know, I think it's really important to talk about the fact that our IT really prepared for Anubis. You see those default smokes they've been throwing every round. That's something that Spike's been really providing for the team, and say you will.
Imagine if he just drops a nade on the left side of that smoke.
Oh my goodness. He needs to deliver here. It's a dry swing, and what a great play. Spike goes in. He's just the bait. Old friends with the connection, and RIT, they're going to have another round. This has to be... No, they have money, actually. This doesn't have to be a save. No way, 2v5 and Retina.
Opera covered.
Sometimes he just goes for those. This time it didn't quite deliver.
It's in those tense moments, too. Listen, you come to these closing stages of the game, the pressure starts to build. You start to make decisions you might not necessarily do otherwise. Going into a round like that and saying, listen, let's stick together. Let's go for this contact play. Let's make sure we're on the same page. This target is the B bomb site. Let's try to make it work, and Lysander not going to be able to make the 1v5 work, unfortunately. It's ambitious, but damage control was really the ultimate goal there. And all 30 rounds, Vincent. Do we see OT?
I think it's a genuine possibility here. With that said, Retina back on an AWP of his own.
I want to see this duel. The opening duel with the AWPs, that would really set the pace. It would tell the story of how this entire game has been.
Yeah, it has. Though, I think that there's a key stat line that MTU have been so much better than RIT at, and it's been the clutch. I mean, we've seen like 1 RIT clutch for every 4 MTU.
No, that's definitely true. Interesting thing to note. Utility is not perfect on this MTU side. Lysander was missing 2 flashbangs, or you could argue a nade as well. Eel's missing a Molotov in this case. Those are important nades, not necessarily just in the middle of the round, but the retakes, situations where MTU have been motivating themselves to go for very often. Molotov's, I would argue, the most important piece of utility in retake.
You know, I think that it said it was great, though, the utility, so I really don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I take it back then. Never mind.
Yeah. So the HUD said it was great, so it's all good.
We believe the HUD.
No, fair enough, though. Jokes aside, definitely could be those small factors that change, but I'm more focused on the fragging of these individuals, though.
You mean this frag?
Actually, that soon to be frag. Not gonna make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, lost out to that one before. I remember.
Yeah, I think whoever it was from RIT that got followed by it certainly gonna be remembering, as I'm gonna anticipate a desk slam shortly thereafter. Retina slightly adjusted, but still operations being had.
Oh man, imagine the last time you're live in a map is turning the corner, Retina blind shooting you with an AWP. It would be devastating, but that's information. There's just so much presence and utility wasted towards mid. That's been called. That's definitely been made aware, and yeah, he's in a good position here. This is one that's usually cleared. He hasn't really been in this position before.
Oh, and Spike, he's definitely not checking that. That's the opt out. That is the big heavy hitter, the AWP on the site. Retina blinded twice. Great flashbangs to apply the pressure, and Tanner is coming alive at the critical juncture. Has definitely not been the one to deliver, but now does just that. And it's Eel, and say you will, in a 2-on-4.
Overtime in the air tonight. As Tanner puts the finishing blow into it, he does. Man, you have to wonder as we get into OT. Just imagine, Lysander finds that second frag, or Retina not fully blinded, or just finds the right timing, or as we've seen several times this game, finds a fully blind shot. But none of that matters. We reset, Vincent. We start over.
I mean, I think so many props need to be applied there to Tanner. Finds that double entry, confirms the trades, and an ace in the most important round of the game. It doesn't matter what you do the rest of the game if you deliver at the critical juncture like Tanner just has.
Well, more
10K money, by the way.
MR3's 10K. That could be difficult to work with.
On the CT side, especially.
Oh yeah, it'll make these off investments that much more difficult to make. Spike, ooh, barely getting away with that one, but if he had just swung the wrong way, might have actually walked into Lysander's crosshair. And they're just so toying with this opponent here, pulling out another nade and getting brutalized on the backside of it. There's been a kill over towards mid in the meantime, an opening for RIT to work with, and Neil's aggressing elsewhere, at least had a thought of it.
I like that setup that Lysander was working with Retna, but Retna adjusting, and of course he delivers. It's a must-win round, and Retna is a big moment player if I've ever seen one. 2 players incredibly low with the 3 remaining RIT. They're both, at least 2 of them, kind of moving towards the B site. 45 seconds. Molotov goes out from Eel. Timed a little bit early, maybe. Bolt in.
Quick on the trigger, maybe gives Lysander a chance to react and actually cost his life. You see a boost happening here over the side of it. I'm not sure exactly what it's supposed to do, but it's not going to matter because Tanner falls on the wrong side of that smoke. And well, let's be honest, that's just not happening. A 1v4 with 6 seconds left. We would be talking about different things if that happened. And let's be honest, this match probably would have gone a different way if we were. But
all right, subtle, got it.
I mean,
Up to you though.
If you're pulling off 1v4s, Vincent, with 6 seconds left, the game doesn't get to this point. Let's be real.
No, I just assumed you were thinking if you do it that you're cheating.
Oh, I would never accuse anyone of cheating unless your name is Vincent Cass.
Yeah, no accusations here, just jokes. Michigan Tech though, there's nothing to be joking about. But oh, there we see it. Spike, finally the anticipated duel against Retina, and he comes away victorious for his 29th frag. Nearly a second one off the back of that as we're seeing some ambitious movements towards mid. But those currently denied. But a 5-on-4. MTU still alive, but at a disadvantage.
Oh, he's aware. He knows. He smells him, Vincent. I was going to say, if that Molotov doesn't spread upwards, I'll be incredibly disappointed, but now confirms that it's some utility drawn out from Tanner as well. He's locked here. He needs the support of his teammates to get out of it, and MTU, they'll be more than happy to hold this angle that they would be holding anyway.
It's too bad there's no nade.
Oh, yeah.
He would be very dead.
Oh!
Oh, but Spike confirmed another. But no, that's a couple of frags coming alive. And oh my goodness, say you will. With another critical juncture from Plant for a man who hasn't been delivering, delivers now.
Retina who? AWP in whose hands? Say you will's hands.
Yeah. Though, to be fair, I'm also a Spike enjoyer.
Honestly, I'm an enjoyer of the AWP in many of these players' hands tonight. I'm just an enjoyer. I'm just a generic enjoyer.
I'm a collegiate enjoyer. Got a couple more. 3 to be precise. No, just 2. Excuse me, Spike. There's that money problem that you were alluding to early on. No op this time for Spike.
Hasn't bothered him, actually. We've seen him in situations like this. We've seen a contact B play very similar to this, where that MAC-10 went flying and it actually took out a player towards the connector area. But this time around, that contact play is not going to succeed. The first player going down, it means the rest left wondering how to proceed.
Molotov comes out. Good timing. Tanner gonna be smoked off. About a minute left on the clock, and well, RIT forced back. It's the A site.
We've seen this contact play here before. Renda's held this angle, and I don't remember who it was last time. I think it was Tanner? I don't quite remember.
It was Lysander.
Well, Lysander? Or am I almost pushing into that? But I guess now the other side not wanting to make the same mistake. And the timer's continuing to tick, and you look at all the utility left on RIT. The question remains to be answered how they're going to use it. Ooh, nice flashbang.
This is a little late. This take towards mid, I think. Nice shot, but it's a one-dimensional approach to either site at this juncture. Oh, but Zoltan on the flank.
There's the
A
second
little bit
dimension.
of a lurk. Never hurt nobody. Well, I guess it hurt him to you. Retina is about to get beheaded here.
He would have gotten that kill. Oh man,
And suddenly, I mean, this really didn't look good, if I'm being honest, from RAT. But it's been pulled back. The chance now, Lysander incredibly low. This nade should finish him, and it will do so. Say you will. Up in hands. First shot missed. Incredibly close. He would need to grab something more, and he's got a connection. Close range! The quick scope and the upgrade to the AK. He's got a kit in hand, but Spike is too darn good. The frag for RIT and Spike for 32. It's 2-1 on the first half of overtime.
He's ahead of Retina. I don't know how that happened, but Vincent, how often do you cast games for players on both teams to drop 30 bombs?
I mean, it's rare. It's really not something you see all that often.
I guess in overtime, maybe slightly more common, but they were both on the precipice even before OT began.
I mean, I did see 6 30 bombs in a triple overtime yesterday, but
I mean,
it was a triple.
do you need to see somebody after that?
I do. My voice is feeling it.
Emotionally scarred.
And both emotionally and physically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got more tonight, Vincent. Listen, we might still see that triplets.
Okay. I need you to stop everything that you're saying and just no. I will be saddened immensely. Though, to be fair, my mood might be improving with the fact that this Counter-Strike is so much fun to watch. Eel, an opening pick, and guess who's down? That's Spike. What a rough guy to lose in one of these must-win rounds.
Did Spike have an off again?
I think he did.
I would assume so, and that's
based on his money, he definitely did.
Yeah, that's got to be a brutal blow. How do you... Man, it's a good player to kill, that's for sure. MTU will be motivated to go for bomb sites knowing that, hey, listen, we don't have to walk into a Star Hopper on the way in.
Ooh, look at this double setup towards the back of the site. This little corner, it's something that isn't always played, but... Oh, and the molly misses! There's a molly for it, and it misses!
Extinguished anyway, and I don't think both those players will be uncovered as you'll just end up getting one of those frags, but where's Tanner? Where is Tanner? Look around. Oh, no, you can't do this! Okay, Lysander. Oh, man.
What, he's got it! Tanner! He's got 2! Retina and Eel with a triple kill, a delivery of massive proportions, and the full house for Eel and Retina. 3 for Eel. Another big round and another huge moment recovered.
How did they know that there was 2 in the back of the bombs? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, here, let me pitch an idea. I have absolutely no idea if this is just true. So
it's like we're on Shark Tank here.
Yeah, so there was a smoke dropped to extinguish the molly that didn't connect, right? What if the player that swung and died dropped another smoke, and then Lysander went, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
And for that reason, I'm out.
That would be insane. If that's the reason Lysander knows there's someone in the back of the bomb site, you know.
His brain is absolutely huge, if true. I do think that's a valid idea. Oh, Lysander. His brain is indeed huge. Say you will. Collecting Spike. Gone. Up for Retina onto Zoltan. This could be it. 1916 could be the end, but 2 players stand in the way of RIT in another round.
A single Molotov to work with in the mid flank activating as well. Tanner, so many angles to clear, so many players to find, but it's just not enough. Retner and Co., they do make it work. It's 19-16 on their map pick.
Incredibly close, though. What an exciting game we were just privy to. And for this series, now, anything's on the table. I mean, RIT, we were like, hey, you know, listen, this is RIT White. It's their D2 team. Like, they're good, but are they good enough? All of those valid questions at the start of this. But, Birdie, now we know the answer. They're darn good enough, aren't they?
Yeah, they're darn good, they're competitive, and they're more than happy to frag out on the server for our enjoyment. That just makes me that much more excited for Overpass.
We'll see if Overpass is going to deliver. We need a little bit of a necessary break here just to calm down and reset our own excitement. So we're going to do that. We're going to take a moment, and then we'll be back with Overpass up next. Overpass coming up next. And wow, what a first map of this series. Michigan Tech just barely edging things out in an overtime thriller. 19-16 the final score. But RIT, they did pick Overpass. And so we will be seeing that coming up.
We saw a clash of AWPs on Anubis. I think in a manner that neither of us were expecting. 3 fully capable oppers. And I'm terrified of what that means for a map like Overpass, to be honest. Where like playing whack-a-mole with AWP players in every corner of the map. You know, over towards connector, there's 2 AWP players. Over towards long, over towards playground. Oh look, there's one swinging monster. Like, this is set up to be chaos just on the AWP front, and I'm all for it.
You know, I too am all for it. Remember when you asked me like where the op is meant to be set up on Anubis?
Everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. I stand by that now.
Same for Overpass, I would say, actually.
Yeah, it's entirely fair to see that pretty much everywhere. Retina gonna take first contact here in a moment. Will do so, but no damage done on either side. Chelds is working the kit in hand, flash as well. Otherwise, it's armor for at least 8 of the 10 players in the server.
This is good information. Usually you see players, if there's multiple terrorists out towards Monster, then you'll see them when you swing through that tunnel, and so... Okay, Tanner, both sides actually ending up at the weird end of that gunfight, but the Glock with more bullets will be able to find the frag, and that might just motivate RIT to look a little bit further in towards that B bomb site, but Bathrooms up on the cards, and Maxi Cat looking for that frag, but Lysander more than keen to hold on to this control.
And he is going to do just that. Retina, desperate to find some information. He's not actually caught a look at anybody but France. Dropping the bomb, back of dice. Normally might be a problem, but in this case, the rotation hadn't happened yet because of the lack of information. Lysander on the flank will dispatch Tanner. It's an even instead as we move into towards 3-on-3 retake.
No player's going to come in with the back lines for MTU. They'll have to make this retake work just through CT, and they've got no utility, at least other than the kit in hand for Chowds, but these are distance gunfights, and you got a PT-50 and a USP for the T side. You're going to need to win them quick and early. Lysander will make the first kill. Go their way as the defuse starts to come through the PT-50. Not good for spamming, and there you go. Missing that follow-up shot. That's all because I believe the PT-50 just can't be sometimes. At MTU, they will come out on top at the end.
That they do is say hello to you one more time. Get to take a look at our pretty faces. But, you know, for me, that round obviously coming down to the kit purchased by Childs. Doesn't get a frag, but, man, she won the round.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can't complain whatsoever. And MTU, they'll be more than happy to come away or come into the second map after what was a pressure cooker of a first map and win that first pistol. It relieves a lot of stress, especially considering how back and forth the pistols have been tonight.
That's a great point, yeah. Though RIT, the pressure doesn't end here. Retina, though, long range. You give him this fight like every time. But the second fight, not so much. It will be Spike continuing where he left off. Already picking up a frag. Long range with that Galil is actually a really tough spray. And props to Spike for picking that up.
Oh, timing the jump! Oh no, Lysander! Oh,
what?
You could have jumped it.
Jumping?
I think just didn't expect the rotation to happen so quickly, and that's all on Spike. This is just another star player continuing to perform, and say you will. Dropping the bomb. Maxicat, if goes down, could be another domino to fall, but instead it's a back and forth affair, and as the bomb is recovered, it's actually the B bomb site to go down as Tanner.
What is this MP5?
What do you mean?
Don't what do you mean, me? You know what I mean. Childs, that's a brilliant second frag. Unfortunately, it is up to this MP5 versus the M4. Don't what do you mean, me, when you know exactly what the MP5 has done.
It's a beautiful gun, Vincent.
You're right. The designers of it deserve no hate. The game balancers, on the other hand,
deserve a lot of hate. No, they don't. Don't do it.
Yeah, just to pray. No hate at all for anyone. Clearing out sight.
time. 5 seconds left. We'll put it down and. Whoa, awkward situation. But that MP5, that's so hateable. It's so lovable, Vincent.
No,
Ends up winning on the clutch.
Eel is lovable.
Oh.
MP5 still hateable.
No. MP5 is very lovable. Listen, if
Eel
you're an
doing a great
MP5 stan, you can reach out to me at Twitter at BirdieBox.
Yeah, definitely dull at me if you're an MP5 stan.
If you also hate the MP5, also feel free to reach out to me and let me know that you hate the MP5.
Birdie's just here to listen. He's.
I just want to be a part of all the conversations, justified or not.
Gotcha. Well, we'll see what RIT can do. They've justified a buy into this round, and whilst I can understand the argument, I'm actually not a fan of this. The buy until you win strategy is not one I employ.
At least not at this level where both teams are really confident. You know what I mean? You really do need a solid gun round going into some of these to win, and especially when you got someone like Renton on the other team who's more than happy to punish these sort of buys. You know, you kind of want to take a second thought, especially as he doubles up over towards connector.
I submit number one piece of evidence here. Number two piece of evidence is I watched Copenhagen Flames do it like 3 times on Ancient, and they lost every single time.
Oh. Well, I guess I don't know how to comment to that, so I won't. I'll move on, and so will the time. Minute 10. Bombs in possession. It's over towards long, currently doubled up with Spike as Tanner makes some noise over towards B, but MTU, they're not going to be too scared of that because they've got full control of water, and with that in mind, they've actually aggressed on the A site over towards bathrooms as well. They're in a perfect position to be quick rotations to either bomb site, and oh no, this rotation towards water, Eel's going to punish that immediately. And the remaining 2 players for RIT, 40 seconds to walk to their doom without some sort of miracle.
Molotov will go out. That should create some space, but Lysander is in a perfect spot. Spike will get the one before it's all gone. Single death on the MTU side is exactly the type of round the CTs are looking for to start building up their bank accounts and their economy. And yeah, I think RIT, unfortunately, their eye is a little bit too big in that for Spy. They get punished for it.
Yeah, and the lack of a bomb plant is really not going to make things easier. You know, B250s, Tech 9s on the board. It is the blow.
I have a question. If they got a bomb plant, do you think that they'd go over
they
the
would have bought
again?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So.
Oh, okay. A1S might not necessarily be the best gun to be spraying through that smoke, as I mean, 2 kills were found at the end of it, but they're able to get out before being, well, removed from the server in a very polite fashion, I must say. Being killed by a suppressed weapon, it seems a little bit more polite to me. I think you would agree.
I don't agree at all. I don't know what you're on about. Yeah, does it seem more or less
polite? It
polite?
sounds more polite when you get killed by an A1S. It's like I'm defending your ears as I put 5 bullets into your chest.
I'm sorry, could you please just leave the round? Thank you. Is that what it is?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, can you try again next round?
Yeah, just, int, but no.
Yeah, that's exactly how I imagine the A1S would sound if it was a person.
Alrighty. I mean, I don't know that I'm with you, but I think it makes some sense.
Alright, as long as it makes some sense.
Yeah, it's like, back on that AWP that we've been so, well, wanting to watch, but ooh.
That was an awkward
double
fight.
swing. Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward one, wasn't it?
Solo over towards B is Chowds, and 2 terrorists slowly lurking their way up. One of them is the AWP of Spike, but Smoke will deny that sight line. It's quite rude, I'll admit.
Rude Smokes and polite him for A1S.
Yeah, everything has a personality at Counter-Strike.
Oh man, this could get out of hand quickly. So we're gonna move on. Friends, you have to frag in this half, but I mean, we're just in round 5, not too big a deal, but this adjustment from Chow, it's actually going to make a lot of sense, particularly against this AWP. It's a great angle, because, I mean, the op really never going to expect this, and the Molly to follow, just denying further entry onto that site from short. And RIT, hemorrhaging players at this point.
Do you see the AWP? Is it recoverable? because this might honestly be a safe situation. They don't have map control. They don't really have anything to work with. They'd be forcing their hand straight into the crosshairs of the CT side, and what do you have to do? There's nothing. You're desperate to try to make a play, and they'll make it out towards B, but just to be punished, Ulfrance finds that frag, and struggling to commit to the frag. Will end up losing the round. Okay, maybe a flash of chance for a moment, but I mean, overall, it seemed locked out of the round for a while.
Dude, Retina should have died like 3 times.
Agreed.
I just, like, does he have something where, like, people just think he's dead already and they move along? Like,
I'm telling you, he takes the body armor off and he looks skinnier.
2 people in a row flick off of him in order to, like, take a different fight.
Yeah.
Like, how does that happen? They both start spraying at him and it immediately goes somewhere else.
They're so scared of Retina, they're scared of a second Retina swing.
I mean, I don't know what it is, but it's been entertaining. Retina, though, relieved of life in this round, and say you will, well, his AWP was good last time out, but he has got to run for his life in this one. Trying to get back around the corner, will do so. It's Lysander to apply further pressure with the AK recovered, and Childs will help say you will out. Oh, not looking for it, though. Maxi Cat. I'm going to confirm it's a 4-on-3 in the favor of RIT.
I was gonna say, I was about to mention that I respect the aggression, but that's an angle you got to clear. It's so common for teams to just hang around and wait for someone to push back, and I mean, they did. It punished, and the man advantage lost, but it was a similar situation to the round prior. RIT, they've kind of trapped themselves. They don't really have anything other than this bathrooms control, so this time they'll sit and wait. Tanner's got an AK, he's working his way out towards the B-bomb site, and Vincent, would you like to tell me the population of this B-bomb site?
Yeah, it's a cool, calm, and collected Zippo.
I'm sure that will be information relayed shortly to this T side, but funnily enough, the population is about to grow by 2, at least over towards water. This is a massive trap if RIT rotate back.
Oh my goodness, this is outrageous. And
Wait.
yeah, I think that they are calling a rotation. Yeah, it's just going to be a smoke thrown over towards A, but are they going to be ready? Maxi spots him out. He could still... Wait, how does Eel lose out? That was almost a guarantee. And now Lysander trying to deal with a double swing, and that's
7 seconds.
Successful. Didn't back
What?
right the time, but say you will. Unable to collect the frags with the AWP.
How did that
And
not
he's
hit?
surely dead.
Wait, I need a replay. I wish I had a replay. How did that not hit? It looks like it hit. Oh, whatever. It's fine. I'll cope. I'm taking all the copium right now. RIT, listen, they're getting off of it. They won their first round.
You know, I think the problem is the Skadoodle sticker.
Oh,
You just kind of like
that it's a
Skadoodle
bad
had
juju.
lots of whiffs.
Yeah.
Therefore whiffs, you know. Don't know why I'm taking shots at Skadoodle for no reason, but you know,
I mean, it's
Here we are.
true.
I've just made so many Cloud9 fans incredibly angry.
You also revived a decade-old argument, essentially.
Yeah, that's fair. Shout out to Cerner Sandals, big Cloud9 fan.
You mean Kerner candles?
Nope, don't mean that. Retina certainly means that shot. Spike, goodbye. Say you will. Pushing forward, and Retina's alive and kicking. A third for Retina as Tanner left on his lonesome, thinking, guys, what happened? Where'd you go?
Just when you think RIC's been knocked down a peg, they're back.
There's like another peg.
Just drill another hole, put another peg in. You know, this is where we're at now.
Retina's doing the whole drilling in this case.
Who's inserting the peg?
I have no idea, and I don't want to know.
Fair enough.
It's definitely Lysander.
Maybe Brenda's doing both.
Honestly, he is doing double duty as currently 3 kills in the round, and I think he's up to 10 plus on the game. Yeah, it's 11. As he's, I mean, nobody's even in the same ballpark.
Okay, so remind me how we ended here. Actually, I can actually check now and think. How did we end that first half on Anubis?
That's a great question. We never found the answer.
Okay, I'll continue looking at it. Point being,
It was
we saw
incredibly
MTU
dominant.
in a similar lead last map, and that devolved very quickly. So as much as this seems like MTU's playing a dominating game, there's still Counter-Strike to be played.
That there is. We'll see what goes on. Here's the Very aggressively hit. Heal. Good first start to that, but spray transfer not so effective. Lysander supposed to have the overwatch there for Say You Will, but not so good. But Lysander continuing to spray, finds 2 more.
It's great set of frags too, as Retina cleans up. Not necessarily required to do the heavy lifting in this round. It's Lysander to do a lot of that this time around, and it is going to be that 7th round now, and we're getting into concerning territory. I think last time around, this is where we would have advocated for a pause, and remember the scoreline when there was a pause? Was it like 12-13 or something when we saw our first pause?
Yeah, it was very late. It was unreasonably late.
Yeah, well,
we haven't seen another one yet, so.
So to remind you, it wasn't 12-3. The score at half was 11-4, actually.
Yeah, okay. Just went on. Back to the B-Rush, because it worked so well last time. Right again, I guess. Long range, that one a little better, as it's Lysander still on the site, but the same position. He'll be found out.
Oh.
Nade. How did...
It bounced off the wooden plank. A little bit of MDF right there, plywood or wherever it is.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate. First frag for Say You Will, but it's a 2v2. This has gotten just a little bit close. Retina.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Don't scare me.
It's Lysander from behind. Lysander for 2 more. And that's the frag to allow them an 8th round for the 3K for Lysander, who's now next to Retina in the frag count.
Every time you see Retina going for the no-scope, you just have to hold your breath for a moment. You're like, is it gonna happen? Are we about to see another outrageous, trademarked Retina play? But
yeah,
he's 12-3.
I mean, Lysander's 10-3.
Honestly, like, those are the 2 players coming into this, though, where I'm like, they're the ones that are set to deliver, expect to deliver every single time, and they are. I have absolutely no complaints about the way they're performing in the server. Oh, that's unfortunate.
A little bit. Hey, so, remember those 2 B-rushes?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do one of those, but delayed.
Oh, I see.
Tanner, nice catch. Child's a little bit unfortunate. Caught a timing there throwing a nade. Really should have been asking a teammate, I think, for that, but okay. What an outrageously fast flank. It's 1:20. There's been 40 seconds in this round.
You have to remember the opening of the round for RIT. They made so much noise taking the control of water and trying to get up. Remember the flashbang out towards Monster? Right. MTU, they had so much information given to them as to what at least the intent of RIT was supposed to be. And I mean, that flank is just an outcome of that. And the response, well, good. I mean, MTU probably sit wondering right now, what is going on? There's been so much presence over towards B. All of a sudden, it's silent. Retina looks for information to try to diagnose the situation, ends up diagnosing death to one of his opponents.
Yeah, not sure what the plan there was. Say You Will should have gotten that, or should have had an inkling that that was the case. Retina solo, single-handedly making this in a competitive round for MTU. Because RIT been doing well. Solo T on the site. If they go down, it's all over. Only now being joined by a teammate. Oh, and Retina knows that he's still on the side as well.
Oh,
what?
Oh,
oh my goodness!
Okay, that wasn't Zoltan. That wasn't Zoltan. That was Max.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
All right. Back down to Peg, Vincent.
Yeah. Let me drill another hole. Oh man, I was about to. I don't know what I was gonna do.
We're both thinking the same thing, but don't worry.
Whatever it was gonna be outrageous.
Yeah. All right. Deep breath and into double-digit rounds and overpass. We've got op in the hands of both teams. Spike versus Retina. Name a better duo.
Yeah, this has been a fun combination of AWP players to watch. I mean, despite the scoreline here, RIT just now getting back on the board, but still, tons of fun to watch as they're going up long. Retina isn't going to hear anything in bathroom, so this might actually be a bit of a false sense of security.
4 players towards long as well. This is Ooh, I mean, unless you're trying to hit this bomb site just from long alone, I don't know why you're consolidating so many of your resources, because it opens the door to stuff like this and aggression back through bathrooms. And well, RT's only going to catch it once they're trying to work their way in. But lurking up is the T side. Say you will the only one actually on the bomb site to defend. But Zoltan, a missed shot. Oh, information. It might actually push them further in towards A. As utility starts to rain through, Zoltan finds a frag.
Oh, but Retina, alongside Say You Will, a deadly duo on the site near Dice, with 2 surviving members of RIT and Retina.
What are you doing right now? Take out that out.
He has 2 bullets in that. I mean, I guess he should have gone for the pistol.
I guess, yeah.
It's your fault.
Op diff, out on the skill diff.
Only your fault, Birdie.
Yeah.
Flashbang. Push his heal back. Pops out, but challenge. There's that moment in time. Say You Will with the 3rd. Rifle working wonders. Typical of the EWP player, but I mean, to be fair, when Say You Will is rifling as well as they are, and Retina is playing with the op so well, I think that both of them are fine swapping it up a bit.
Yeah. Despite the fact that Retina believed the op only had 3 bullets there for a moment, it's still a solid round for MTU. For a moment, Retina believed the nerf went a little bit too far, you know?
Yeah. That really would be an outrageous nerf.
I think that Molotov missed.
No, it wait.
It did not hit. You know, whatever.
Yeah.
Point being, there's a rush towards B, Vincent. Your favorite strategy here on Overpass.
I mean, you know what? It's actually had some limited successes, France. Takes frag on to Eel. Denying the bomb is certainly an ambitious idea on this moment.
The timing, outrageous. The kill would have been even more so. But alright, see, they are 2 players in the lead as Retina claws it back to 1. Now, retake may be in arm's reach, but the bomb is planted in a safe position, and they do have Spike position up towards heaven. Oh, this would be a difficult route to go for. The money's not even too hot. A save would probably be encouraged.
They're feeling way too hot. They're not saving. You see what I mean? They're running through smokes. There's just no way. Retina. Actually, somehow aware?
I mean, the bomb's planted for it.
Remember when I said they're feeling way too hot? You see, you understand now, Bert.
No, I'm very much on the same page. I've been seeing this entire night of Counter-Strike. Don't worry, I'm very much aware. But
Retina on track for another 30. It's 17-6.
Would we call this scoreline a Retina diff? Is that? Are we there yet?
Well, see, the problem is, how can it be a Retina diff when you just anticipate Retina doing that every single game?
Oh, ew. No.
And the bird's been triggered. He's just, it's his pet peeve.
Every time it happens, I'm like, but you could have not.
Yeah, he says that to me in our ranked games.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those things where it's like knifing your teammate, where it's like completely avoidable, but it's whatever. You move on.
Except if you're birdie box, then you just complain about it on the microphone.
Then you lurk on it for the entire round and go no comm and get very upset and.
Or that.
Yeah. And then you win the round anyway.
Your friends at Texas A&M gotta be feeling that.
They do. I assure you, everyone loves playing with me, Vincent.
Yeah. Shout out, Naz. NTU making their way with an eco round for the first time.
What is this?
Oh, you haven't seen this, eh?
I don't think I ever have. What?
I saw this for the first time a couple of weeks ago, and I was the exact same reaction.
What? I mean, it's
Simply
great.
Absurd.
It's great until a flashbang rolls in and rocks your stuff, but like...
Yeah.
Tanner, maybe you could fall for it. I mean, I don't know how he's going to clear this. I guess he doesn't need to. He's dead. But it's the A-bomb site, which ends up going the way of RIT, and that stack towards B will reveal itself, and an AK will be repossessed. It's not looking hopeful, Vincent. I think if I was an insurance company, I don't think I would be covering this retake.
I would, yeah, certainly not insured. Uninsurable. some would say.
Oh. Ooh.
He caught him now. Yep, that is a freebie. And maybe things getting a little bit more reasonable. Ooh, out of bullets.
There's a smoke down.
But Lysander, Spike as well. Diffuser still alive? Absolutely they are. Spike, finally, they're going to take him down. It was actually Franz who did that and much, much more. But darn, it did get close, didn't it?
And not only that too, but look at the damage dealt. 3 of those rifles taken out of the round by USPs. I mean, obviously if you're MTU, you're like, right. But if you're MTU, you're more than happy. You came into the round with very little investment. You take 3 rifles out of the, it's 3 rifles out of the round, and you have a good shot at winning it too. I mean, you're unhappy that you didn't win the round, but you're happy because it sets you up for this round. You have a chance at breaking this T-side economy heading into the last round of the half, and taking that 10th round, maybe the 11th, that would be excellent for the CT side.
Sure would. I mean, even more so, like, if you could somehow pull back to, like, a 9-6 half, though, with your IT, would be a beauty. It's going to be 4 players, by the look of it, committed to B for the time being. And a very passive RIT default. We got...
Had the door been open, that boost might have been dangerous.
Still might be. You sure, Tanner?
I've heard it drop.
Yeah, never mind. Position given away at least slightly. Oh, but they're aggressing. They're aggressing over to short. And Tanner gonna collect the frag as well.
Unfortunately, I mean, that's one of your B players taken out of the round, but not only that, there's only 1 player over towards A. They've positioned 4 players over towards B in the early round, and that water push was a way to look for information so they could either commit to it, put some players back, and now Retina's left alone. I mean, listen, you've been a hero this entire game, buddy, but this isn't a situation you're expected to continue to do so, but he does. 2 on the board as he's taken back out of the round by that AWP, but it's all that needs to be done. It's space, it's time, and it makes room for Childs to come in and continue to find some frags. Flashbang from the CT side, open room for that. As Tanner trades, Childs continues to respond and is the absolute hero, the second only to Retina to be able to give MTU their 10th.
Gets so much support as well from Say You Will on that flashbang. Poor fella, I don't know who it was. I think it was... Actually, I have no idea. But
it did deserve it.
Yeah, no one deserves that. Straight beggar to the face.
Disrespect.
As soon as you walk around the corner. Worst part of that, too, is that player... Is it like he had a flash thrown for him, expects the other player to be blind, and just suddenly like hand in front of face.
You know, for a moment they died and went, "Dude, you flashed."
yeah. Like you're flashing this. Oh no, it's another B rush. Challenge good for the 1. Eel delivering for 1 more. So blind, ever blind for ages, as it's finally 2 more. Say You Will's just W keying through the short smoke for what reason I cannot tell you. Friends. Oh my goodness, 1v2.
We've seen that short smoke push, I think, every single time there's been a B rush, and every single time it's found frags, but this time it'll be the one that potentially the closest the round, because old Franz, I mean, stuck looking for information. Once again, time is in their favor, but time doesn't help you when you're stuck clearing half of the, not only the bomb site, but half of the map, and the bomb is lurking elsewhere.
They have other problems. It's called Retina.
This is a problem.
Yeah. I notated as a large problem. Never mind. No problem whatsoever, actually.
Old Franz is a problem solver.
Indeed. Yeah. Just sort of like a puzzle god. No issues here. Putting together the pieces.
Just half the time, though, and the bomb still hasn't been picked up. Not too far away from the bomb site, but it'll start to come into play as step is made. Just playing with time. Is there
I
time
don't think
for
there's
this?
time. No. Oh, but France is wanting this fight.
There's no time. Wait, is there?
No, there was time, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, no, all good. Okay.
I don't know how to describe the situation we're in, but old friends can describe it with a single bullet, and it is one to close out the round, and just close out the half as well in general. 10-5, MTU, that's a pretty good half, but slightly worse than they showed on Anubis, and we saw overtime, Vincent.
Yeah, though, to be fair, I actually think you could call this the upper end of the norm for this map on the CT side, right? Like, I'd say 8-7, 9-6, and 5. All of those pretty viable for the CTs.
Yeah, but now you've got Red on the T side, and
You do go ham.
I don't need to follow that up with anything, I don't think.
Yeah. He does just exist here, and his existence makes life hard for RIT. We're seeing a double aggression towards short.
Well, there's
wow.
dead. The moment he
Great
turned that
setup.
corner. Yeah.
That was a fantastic setup by RIT. Really love to see that. They are on the site, and I mean, should be able to get a plan off the back of this.
Ooh, this push. If he finds frags, finds impact, it could not only just mean the kills itself, but it could be the post point. It could be the round-winning play. Saferwolf finds the first drops. Okay. Child's ready to trade back. Not quite aware. Viewmodel may be blocking information towards that last player, and Maxi with the USP and the counter-terrorists of RIT winning out that second pistol. Do you remember who won the first?
I do not. I do not know.
It was MTU. I remember it was MTU. We talked about how they're coming back off Anubis. Yeah, it was MTU. So, okay. This round's equal. The question is, can both sides, off of their CT side, continue that momentum?
Well, the problem is that MTU have a force buy that is incredibly strong.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is arguably a better buy than RIT.
This is what you call, you buy gun, I buy utility, go kill.
Yeah, it's also, you know, an alternative name would be, dang, the CT side sucks.
A normal second round buy.
Yeah, it's like oh, so the entire deck is, it's like, not, the deck isn't stacked. There's just 2 decks.
Is this the trap card?
No.
No. When does that come into play? Is Retina the trap card?
Retina is the trap card.
He activates every round.
Yeah, he allows you to redraw from your graveyard at every round.
Yes, but here we go. Alright, so aware of what's going on, they actually haven't found any contact yet. That's allowed MTU to be in extremely great positions. Bombs planted for bathrooms, but both of the players on the CT side defending it end up falling, and this retake, it's out of the question. Oh.
Okay, then.
Scary for a moment.
Yeah, indeed. What is the what's the diving that you see at the Olympics, like where they're doing the same thing at the same time?
Synchronized diving?
Yeah, that was synchronized fragging. From MTU.
I didn't know that was an Olympic sport. I'm looking forward to seeing it though.
Yeah, it's actually brand new this coming Summer Games. Well, that's a question. If esports gets added to the games, is that a summer game or a winter game?
Definitely a winter game. Are you serious? You're sitting inside. It's like sub-zero temperatures. You're waiting to be able to drink like a cup of hot chocolate. You're playing Counter-Strike, and you're asking me if it's a winter game.
I mean, okay. Geez, I didn't realize you had such strong opinions.
Vincent. Come on.
Listen. I understand that I live in a warm place, but like there is sometimes where it's so cold, I'm just like, I'm not playing games because my hands are too cold.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But like,
so, just saying.
Oh,
all right. Brand's a little slow to start in this map, but really delivering when it matters here. The last round of the half being one of them, and this round being another.
I mean, continue to press that throttle pedal, King. Continue to frag, and you might just be able to turn the scoreline around. It's a good round to do so.
What is this boost? What is this boost?
I couldn't tell you.
It's no longer there.
Oh, the Galil spray. That's impossibly difficult to manage, but he does it. That's the bomb, though. It's out of play. And Childs, listen, I have to commend you for that spray, but you'd have to do a lot more than that to come out on top at the end of this round. The first step would be to reveal your position by opening the door.
Yeah.
It's not looking good.
Yeah, near impossible, I'd say, especially on 15 HP. But with the position already given away, why not go for a pre-fire? Excuse me. But that will ultimately further devolve the round into victory.
So Vincent,
RIT.
forced until you win. Thoughts?
No.
Retina thinks otherwise. I just want to make that clear.
I mean, Retina. I don't know if you had the pleasure of seeing Retina, who was IGLing in the last semester before they had Lysander. But
I'm not sure I did.
yeah. So anyway, on this map specifically, I think I saw Retina call like just run it down A long with me having a gun more times than I would care to.
Not often you see the slide come into play there, but okay, Lysander, sliding straight into 2K and information now that there's towards B. MTU, 20 30 seconds into the round, plenty of information to work with. They've got the advantage. Tossing away this round would be a massive disappointment for them.
They certainly would be tossing if they lost this round. Heal. Ooh, nice frag. MaxiCat walking into that, but he will be traded instantly.
Where are these 1v1s? Why?
Yeah, why are these 1v1s more aptly?
I mean, I would say this is another one over towards A, but justifiable. It's a lurking player. The bomb forced to shift back out after those 2 frags. Luckily, RIT only have 2 players left, or we'd be talking about a different situation.
I mean, we still could be talking about that situation. Look at Lysander's HP. He's got the only 3 frags in the round, and it's actually just a deagle for say you will. The bomb will be going down. Molotov going to do some damage to Retina. Of course, a re-smoke or jump up that dumpster area. A deadly one if left unchecked. Say you will.
This trade is everything.
Now playing the close range angle. Should be able to get one here. Yeah, and there it is. A little bit of spamming on the deagle, and indeed the trade from Retina comes through. Lysander delivering a big round, though, for MTU.
I mean, I guess props for MTU to be able to recover off the back of that, being able to rotate out, recognize when the situation is lost. I guess it's commendable, but you have to think about how you got there. Losing those 2 frags, I mean, I understand the first. You're probing for information, but that second short player, walking up like that to try to retake it, I mean, at least a flashbang. You know what I mean? You've got all of those resources sitting back behind you. Why not use it?
No, and I refuse to elaborate.
Understood.
Yep. Anyway, the next round. RIT, they have USPs.
Lysander's in love with this slide. I'm all for it.
I'm a slide enjoyer. I can get behind it. Though, currently, Lysander getting behind death, not so ideal.
Wait. No, this cannot be happening. Oh no, friends, okay. Almost just saw the round get turned on its head as the bomb did end up being picked up. It was under danger for a while.
Why take one site when you can take 2?
Why solve one problem when you can create more and solve all of them?
Yeah, you know, your logic is simply infallible. I do not have a response.
And you refuse to elaborate.
And I refuse to elaborate. Alrighty. No elaboration needed on this one, just a save being called. As I will continue to elaborate, even though I've said there's none necessary. Don't ask too many questions.
I won't elaborate, it's fine.
Good. Whilst we're not elaborating, let's get MTU up to 13.
Alright. Oh, that's a nice clear. That's going to be one they're happy about too. Look at the money on that CT side. You could have maybe justified a good buy coming into this. Listen, AK in hand. We give it a good shout. But, I mean, it seems like they're doing it anyway, but there's going to be a lot less coming into this. An MP9, MaxiCat, 2 M4s, but Spike's got no utility. Where are the kits as well? There's nothing to back up this buy. This is desperation. Why? The scoreline is 13-7. What room for error is there? You lose a gun round, you're almost staring match point in the face.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's really a lot of pressure, and they're gonna go for it again. The double push here for long. And this time it works out. Lysander adjusts the positioning. And I guess the slide was really the winner all along.
Should have stuck to the slide.
Yeah. Slide was doing him well. He clearly leaving it, which is it's tragic, really.
You know, I
Don't
really
forsake the slide.
I really want to see a Twitter account now that's just dedicated to clips of people getting kills on the slide.
Probably exists already, if we're being really honest.
That's so niche. No, that would be outrageous.
I think it probably exists somewhere on the internet.
Alright, well, if someone can find it, please send it my way.
The owner of the Twitter slide account just at me. Definitely watching right now.
Yeah.
Looking for clips, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure to see those later. RIT.
Would the slide clips be called slips?
They would have to be. That's the only reasonable outcome. The 30 seconds left here, RIT. They're loving life, but doesn't execute. And Spike, he's just playing an off angle on the truck.
Oh, there's one more though. They don't know about him. That's a double kill that could have potentially been on the board, but that just happens to be quick enough to punish it, and well, not quick enough to shoot 4 bullets before 4 players swing him.
You know, I think that's really the moment where I realize that I just am enjoying watching a player when it's like a 1v4 with 15 seconds and I'm on the edge of my seat.
You know, there's no way they're winning it, but
what a match, you know?
I mean, after that Anubis, what was it, 1v3, 1v4 we saw?
Yeah, 1v3.
Yeah, anything is possible. Listen, it's why I tell you occasionally, like, there's someone in a 1v5, 7 seconds left, I'm like, no, they got it, they got it, just let it happen.
You haven't been right yet, one of these days.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's a V-Rush.
Oh, this
might actually work, though. Look at the spacing. Never mind, Mackie.
Yeah.
Nice shot. Canner up over the top. Oh, this is becoming a little bit more possible with these kills. 2-on-2. Like, critically able to deny heal as an AK.
Bombs planted in a decent spot to defend, and honestly, if Eel sticks around, these are really isolatable angles. Just waiting out. Alright, see, they don't have a kit. Keep that in the back of your mind. A missed shot as well from Franz. Sets up this 1v1 situation. The time continues to tick. It's all onto the CT side to make the play, but Eel needs to hit the shot. Spike continuing to hunt, and is there enough time? I don't think there is.
No
it's
kit,
been
no
done.
kit.
1v2 situation.
Don't be a loser. Buy a diffuser. Oh, that's so lame, but I'm bringing it back. It's a good reference at this point in this game.
We've seen it so many times tonight. Like, an actual outrageous amount of times tonight.
To be fair, what money? Like, what money did he have? He didn't have it.
There were like 3 kits down elsewhere.
I mean, yeah, but it was a 1v2. What was he gonna go? Collect the kit before trying to find the refrag? Stop being outrageous.
Wait, I thought we were in the Star Wars universe, just like, you know, like pick it up.
Did you just suck up the kit with your mouth?
Is that not how the Force works? I'm confused.
You know, I must have missed that chapter in the books, but maybe it was a movie reference.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the sound is accurate, though.
Okay. 14-8. And as you had mentioned previously, the outcome of a round like that is actually massive. But France delivering in key moments. Though I will say the wisdom of repeaking that a third time certainly debatable.
You got your money's worth. Why not go for another?
Why not? Because now it's a 3v4, and we know what MTU do with those.
Yeah, but there's also information for the RIT side that I think he ended up seeing 2 more, and so that's allowed a push to go through towards that B-bomb site. You've got Zoltan in position to handle that rotation, and you can send 3 up towards A to handle what is probably coming. One of those players has an AWP in hand, so tell me again, Vincent, was it worth it?
Bird, I would like to submit that Retina is still alive, so no.
Oh. I take it back. I was wrong.
Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow. I do agree. Here's the chance though with that AWP. Speaking of Spike, nice shot. Speaking of Retina, he's gone. Eel though needs a clutch. Already got the first. Around truck, and oh, this nade could be the damage, and it will. The last man alive from the flank position given away. Bomb in hand, can plant over towards truck if wanted, but rather going to be back dice. Oh, Zoltan with a brilliant headshot there. Cleaned it up, and darn did it get close though. Michigan Tech nearly had a 15.
I was about to bring up how Zoltan only needed the one shot with the deagle, but I mean, if you connect it to the head, I suppose the HP doesn't matter. The deagle just can be one of those weapons, but I mean, yeah, there it is. There's the scout. Those opening duels, they do just enough.
I want to shout out RIT here. Look at how close their frag distribution is. 14 frags for the lowest number and 17 for the highest. They are all performing admirably against an incredible MTU squad.
Teamwork 100.
Oh boy.
What was that?
It's another B rush.
Saw it coming. This time though, a lot more up close and personal. Ooh, I thought that was the Tech 9, which got a kill for a moment, but no. It's some Maxi Cat still alive on the bomb side as Childs finds 2 kills with the A1S, and MP9 finally going down leaves Tanner in a 1v2 situation. These B rushes keep finding mixed levels of success, and that's why we keep seeing them. But the bomb hasn't gotten down yet, and Tanner's in a good position to prevent it from doing so. I say that, but the MP9 in the blink of an eye turns into an AK-47.
Bird.
Yes.
They can't keep getting away with it.
I thought you were going to say the bird is the word, but never mind.
No. 15-9. And, you know, I mean, valid point you made about the mixed success. And you're right. That it is fair. But we really have seen, like, it's been kind of funny. Both of these teams have absolutely just decided, oh, yeah, what we did last round isn't working. Let's just try the B rush, change the pace.
Why do we why use much util when you can use little util and rush B?
Why use big guns when you can use small guns and win rounds? I think you found your answer, good sir.
Dude, why is Counter-Strike built the way it is? Why is this game? It just never disappoints, man.
Never. This series certainly not disappointing me. And I think the biggest surprise of this round is the CZ getting a kill.
Hey, that's outrageous. Take that back.
No, it's not. It's for real.
It's the best
Everything
gun in
else is
Counter-Strike,
legit.
second only to the 5.7.
Oh.
Do you remember the CZ was actually good?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. I think I started using it after it wasn't good. Oh,
And so you just never got to see the good one.
So to me, it's good, but knowing that it was better at one point makes me sad.
Yeah, back in the JW days. Speaking of, watching some of those clips with JW on the CZ are simply absurd.
Can we go back to 2015, where just like buying a rifle was worthless because the Tech 9 existed?
That's actually 2016, but you know, yeah.
You know, close enough.
Or late 2015. You were right. I take that. I apologize. So, if this goes to plan, MTU have bought the bad guns, so they should win the round.
If it's anything according to these series of events we've been seeing tonight, and I guess I feel like every single time the two of us cast Counter-Strike, then yes.
Yeah. This was okay. A little bit of a fake B rush because this Molly came down. Tanner's about to peek, and he's like, "Oh God, come help, please!"
Here's another one. This time around, though, it's a little bit more difficult to in on the entry. So, Child's good movement to try to escape reality, but ends up succumbing to it anyway. And the bomb planted in the process. Lysander, a dream, but unfortunately wakes up, and the bomb plant will be all.
he didn't just wake up. He had like water thrown in his face. It was not pleasant.
Like slap across the face, hot water, like legs
Well,
pulled, like
I didn't go that far.
blanket
Just-
pulled, like thrown like off of you, feet like lifted up, like dragged in the process, like everything, like literally everything.
He had his whole bed like floated down the river. Was that the Lorax?
I
Was that
don't
from?
know.
Yeah, that was from the Lorax.
I didn't grow up in the Lorax, so I couldn't tell you.
That's outrageous. That's a fantastic Dr. Shoes book.
Mm.
You gotta
wouldn't
care
know.
for the trees. That's the takeaway.
I'll agree with that. I mean, Overpass is a good map to be caring about trees.
Yeah.
RT's aggressive here. This is confident, but I don't think they understand what's on the other side of this wall. It's it's Lysander and Co, and he's on the slide once again.
Well, be clearly unbeatable in this location.
It's a round win. He's on the slide. You know,
What is that Molotov supposed to be for?
right there?
And where? And why? And how?
It's,
Okay, turn the wrong way. Say you will. Good for the frag is unfortunately Lysander's the one to fall. And Spike is a little inconsistent, or rather, not quite patient enough. Take that frag. The potential to close this map here and now. The series on the line for RIT in the 3-on-4.
It's out towards B. Zoltan needs to be the one to stand strong, but the first few shots failed to connect, and it's Retina to follow up the AWP, and just in the blink of an eye, out towards B. MTU closed the series 2-0 on Overpass. What an absolute banger of a best of 3, Vincent.
I know, right? 2 maps, and they both go pretty much the distance. I mean, 16-11, yeah, we were a couple rounds short, but really, just there. I mean, the consistency with which we were seeing RIT provide the, the fragging power, the clutch potential, it was all there. All of the pieces for them to be able to bring that back to a Mirage Decider, but, you know, MTU, they played a little bit better, and I think ultimately, the same, what I said during Anubis about the clutch is kind of true here overall. Michigan Tech, they just had the clutch gene tonight.
Yeah, they just seem to be winning absolutely everything in an absolute spectacular fashion too. I mean, every single time we saw them in a clutch situation, you brought it up, but it's just like, if Retina's alive, there's a problem.
Yeah, possible, and I think that was clear. Like the feeling was mutual between myself and RIT. Like they knew that same thing. The other thing, and I hate to do this to friends, but unfortunately, I think as one of the most experienced members of this team, it did underperform a little bit to where I would have expected. I don't think that's the main reason that the loss came through, but particularly on Anubis, I think it hurt him.
Yeah, I mean, overall though, I mean, you can't be upset with what we saw tonight from both teams. It was incredibly close at many times, and there are plenty of moments as well where had like one gunfight gone differently, entire rounds, probably the halves could have, like, entire momentums could have shifted the other way around, and as is common with Counter-Strike, but MTU coming out on top, it's well, I think both of us expected coming into it. It's definitely it's been a fun night.
It certainly has, and the fun continues here for a short while longer as we get to talk to one of the victors here on Michigan Tech. We'll see who it is when we come back. Short break, and then we will see who that is.
It's me.
Oh. Our producer doing some trolling this child's on screen. I just can't. Congrats on the win, number one.
Thank
Wait,
you.
who is dancing in the background? Can we?
Oh,
this?
that's our resident Valorant player, Mr. Eel here.
Well done, by the way, to Eel. Played incredibly well considering having to jump games and everything. So props to them. But first question for me, Childs, is, you know, you guys came into this, obviously, I think the favorites, but damn, they give you a good run for your money. Were you expecting that at all?
Oh, definitely not. Those guys came in with their A game, and we were really unprepared for it. We practiced a little bit going into it, but definitely Anubis was one of those maps we were trying to experiment a little bit on, and that really came to bite us in the end. But props to those guys. They're amazing aimers. You could really tell in the pistol rounds on Overpass there that we were a little out of our element in certain points.
All right. Well, I guess on that note as well, I mean, talking about the way that rounds were closing tonight, the clutch factor was insane. It felt like the vast majority of important rounds being won were off the back of the clutch. Was that being felt in the server? I mean, how hyped were you guys, or devastated off the back of those rounds?
Oh, those were amazing rounds. We were very happy. We tend to not have any negative vibes around here. We tried to keep everything as positive as possible. And when Hunter hit that 1v5, we had guys jumping out of their chairs. We had stuff flying around the room. Like it was all everything's breaking loose over here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that incredible moment, alongside a bunch of others, really typified Anubis for you guys and for us, generally speaking. I too was out of my chair a couple of times, I will admit. But I think, kind of zooming out just a little bit regarding where M2U are, I started this stream by saying you guys were looking good. My expectations pretty incredibly high for you guys last semester. Unfortunately, had some tough losses that made that not so possible. What are the expectations that you guys are coming in this semester, and how is that going to be different from the struggles last semester?
We're definitely coming in with the mentality that we're winning it all. I mean, that's what we come with every semester. We're always around number 1, number 2, number 3 in the nation here. So anything less than that is really subpar to us, and especially with the 8th places that we've been pulling out recently, we're really hoping to step up our A game here and really take it to Davenport.
Hey, somebody needs to do it. Apparently, Northwood opting out of the Premier side of things, so I'm expecting big things. Childs, final thoughts from you? Anybody want to shout out, say hello to while we have you on stream?
Shout out to everybody on the Chimkins roster. I know everybody's watching there, but shout out to those guys on RIT. Those guys really came to play, and we're really excited to be able to practice with those guys and just overall be in their group. It was a great game.
It certainly was. We enjoyed it. Childs, thanks so much for taking the time and jumping on the stream with us. It's been a pleasure to have you, and pleasure to see all of the teammates in the back having a lot of fun too. That was definitely enjoyable. Thanks so much for taking the time, Childs.
Thanks for having me.
Alrighty, Birdie. With that, it is about that time for us to say goodbye. But first, any final thoughts from you?
Lovely games of Counter-Strike tonight. We had the stark contrast of Davenport being Davenport with that lovely best of 3 we just saw. And I don't know. It feels like it's a normal Counter-Strike Friday night. It's just a good time.
I had a good time. Hope you had a good time too. The good times continue actually here at the NA Star League. That'll be starting back on Monday, as you can check out pretty much any collegiate matches that you want. We got Rocket League, we got Overwatch, we got COD, we got Valorant, we got Smash, and of course Friday's here. You're with us, and don't worry, I won't tell the others that we're actually your favorites. We'll be headed out though. With that, have a good night, and we'll see you next week.